Senhoras e senhores, bom dia! Pedimos a todos que desliguem seus celulares ou deixem em modo silencioso. Em breve, iniciaremos nosso evento Indústria Forte, País Forte.
Begin our event in a few minutes. Strong industry, strong country. This is to celebrate National Industry Day.
Forte, país forte. Indústria forte, país forte.
Márcio vai passar a coordenada aqui. Oi?
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your places. The event will begin soon.
O Brasil precisa de uma indústria moderna,
Brazil needs a modern industry
comprometida com uma produção de baixo carbono,
committed to
integrada
low
às
carbon
cadeias
production,
internacionais de valor,
to be able to integrate
dirigida por
international value
pesquisa e
chains
desenvolvimento
headed by
tecnológico.
research and technological development.
A indústria
Industry
precisa de um
needs
ambiente de negócios
a business
estimulante.
environment that is stimulating and encouraging. Industry needs accessible credit. Industry needs good infrastructure. Industry needs a simple and economical tax savings tax system. The industry needs legal certainty. A strong industry makes a strong country.
Senhoras e senhores,
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to this event. A strong industry makes a strong country, to celebrate Industry Day. The objective is to address relevant topics for the productive sector. This event is sponsored by Fiesp, CIESP, BNDES, and SEBRE. And to come up on the stage, we would like to invite Mr. Josué Gomes da Silva, current president of Fiesp, Aloysio Mercadante, President of the National Bank for Social Economic Development, BNDES. Rafael Cervoni, President of CESP. Julia Leite, President and Director of SERVI. And to give the opening comments, we would like to invite Mr. Rafael Cervoni, President of CESP. He will make the opening remarks. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome my dear friend, the President of Fiesp and Vice President of CESP, Mr. Josué Gomes da Silva, Mr. Aloysio Mercadante, President of BNDES, Julia Leite, President of SEVRI, and the other Vice Presidents and Directors of Fiesp and CESP, our congressmen, mayors, presidents, representatives of trade associations, dear friends. It is an honor to be here today on Industry Day, representing the Center of Industries of the State of São Paulo, CESP. We will address crucial topics for the economic growth of our country. In the last 40 years, we have witnessed a growth which was way below the potential of the Brazilian economy. This has resulted in poor employment and a significant distancing in relation to the per capita income and human development of developed countries. An aspect that deserves to be highlighted is the processing industry, which historically has led the growth of the Brazilian economy until the 1980s, when the share of industry of national GDP corresponded to 20%. However, this industry is now going through a downsizing in terms of participation. Today, it corresponds to 11% of GDP. In addition, productive investments have dropped as well, representing less than 18% of the GDP in the last 10 years. This sad reality is due to structural obstacles and macroeconomic obstacles that we have to face. And these obstacles are thoroughly known, have not resolved. But this entails employing human capital. The other reasons for such decline is a volatile exchange rate, a complicated tax system, and high energy costs and high raw material costs. The processing industry is still burdened by a very heavy tax burden in comparison to what it represents to the Brazilian economy. This tax burden also destroys its competitiveness both internally and domestically, and furthermore restricts investment capacity. In order to Brazil to break this vicious circle of low economic growth, it is absolutely crucial to implement policies that move the continuous competitiveness of business, and we have to also take action on the factors that that determine the high Brazil costs, because the difference of producing here in other countries, the difference corresponds to 1.7 trillion Brazilian reais. In addition, it is crucial to invest in infrastructure in view of the fact that current investments in this respect are not enough, not even to cover depreciation. We do not want any hand-downs from the government. We only want to have respect to be able to produce what we need to produce and to make us really competitive. The COVID-19 pandemic, the Russian-Ukrainian war, and the current geopolitical challenges have highlighted on a global level the importance of industry. Countries like the United States, the European Union, China, Japan, and Korea have adopted very robust industrial policies which restates the crucial role of industry in their economies. They encourage innovation, research, technological development, and domestic production. In view of this context, new strategies of nearshoring have been adopted. Brazil so far has been stubborn in this respect and has lost the opportunities The new geopolitical arrangement has opened up opportunities for foreign investments which have to be embraced by the Brazilian productive chains. In addition, Brazil needs modern industrial policies that drive its competitiveness, industrial production, research, innovation, technological development, and human development as well, which is the case in the major economies of our planet. We have to fully respect ESG, and this mindset has to be present. The set of good management practices and best practices should not be in the hands only of the private sector. The public sector also has to take on this commitment. My dear friends, it is also important to highlight the key role of the processing industry in expanding Brazilian competitiveness. It accounts for most of the investments in machines, equipment, innovation, research, and development in the country. The industry accounts for 69% of the total amount invested in this respect in Brazil, and research and development accounts for 67% of these investments. Industry has the capacity of driving economic growth forward to generate qualified and well-paid jobs, promote innovation, and take technological advances to other sectors. And for each real produced in our industry, this generates 2.2 reals for the Brazilian economy. In Brazil, especially where the per capita income is still far from that of developed countries, and most of the industry is still poorly technological, we face enormous challenges which demand a speedy implementation of industrialization strategy to aggregate value so that we can again go back to economic and social development. Without industry, this will not be possible to happen. The digitalization of industry and the transition to the green economy represent opportunities that we cannot afford to lose. Our energy matrix has the conditions to produce green hydrogen, for example. The future of the world lies in advanced technology and in respect for the environment. And therefore, the reindustrialization of Brazil has to have as its priority innovation, technological development, digitalization, advanced manufacturing, and the transition to a green economy. We have to strengthen sustainable development programs, driving this transition to a low-carbon economy with the creation of green jobs with low-carbon emissions. This will produce productive inclusion, and this will take us towards the 4.0 industry. It is also important to highlight the strengthening of the critical supply chains, which have a very important role in reducing the vulnerability of the country to external crises. The COVID-19 pandemic and the Russian-Ukrainian war have proven the strategic importance of such supply chains, leading several countries to rethink their forms of production. In view of this scenario, it is absolutely crucial for Brazil to adopt a proactive approach to strengthen the supply chains in sectors such as food, defense, energy, health, and the semiconductors, which are considered absolutely crucial to reduce its vulnerability to external crises. This involves investments in infrastructure, capacity building of specialized labor, and the encouragement of innovation in all the segments. The current trade wars between the United States, Asia, and Europe, especially China, are more and more based on industrial policies and no longer on economic policies. And therefore, the reindustrialization of Brazil is an absolute priority which is unchallenged. We need strategic plans that so far have not been totally defined in accordance to the links of the supply chain. And I repeat, we have to take a stand. We have to build up an environment that is favorable for the sustainable growth of the Brazilian economy. We have to adopt measures that promote innovation, competitiveness, and the capacity to face the challenges imposed by new technologies. We have to encourage digitalization, the adoption of advanced technologies as the 4.0 industry to drive forward the productivity and efficiency of industrial processes. I insist on saying that the transition to a green economy is absolutely crucial to ensure the country's sustainable future. We have to promote the development of environmentally friendly sectors that reduce the carbon emissions and that take advantage of the natural resources in an intelligent manner. This will open up new business opportunities. This will lead to green jobs and more productive inclusion. And Brazil needs to lead this process. To achieve these objectives, it is necessary to have a collective effort of the business sector, governments, and of society as a whole. We have to establish partnerships, promote a dialogue, and search for innovative solutions. It is absolutely crucial for industrial policies to be modern, flexible, and aligned with global trends, able to drive competitiveness and the economic development of Brazil. And the most important factor is always with predictability and legal certainty. The uncertain past makes our lives a living hell. The industry, this activity that brings together courageous entrepreneurs that for many decades have faced so many adversities. Industry has already done its part. Many young people go to industry and find their first job opportunity. Many women responsible for their families see industry as providing them with decent living. Industry offers good benefits, and industry, thanks to the activities of SESI and SENAI, provides knowledge, looks after health, provides education, and offers cultural and sports events for more than 3 million workers in the state of São Paulo. And the state of industry, we would like to restate our commitment of our CSP, and we are in total harmony with Fiesp, and we achieve to look for the favorable environment to allow the growth of Brazilian industry. We believe that reindustrialization is necessary and urgent to overcome the challenges and to allow us to achieve a prosperous future for our country. We clearly hope from the government a policy, long-term policy with addressing the legitimate interests of the Brazilian society. We can no longer move on with temporary measures and that do not definitely resolve the real problems that we face, and neither do they provide safety to our investments. In addition, we want Brazil to be an ethical country, but we also want Brazil to have planning, strategy, creativity, and a sense of urgency and hard work. And this is the work of all the powers and all its levels. Let's work together to build up a stronger industry, a more competitive one, and a sustainable one. And we want industry to be the real engine for the social and economic development of our country. We want industry to be able to contribute for a stronger Brazil so that Brazilians can live peacefully, because Brazilians deserve to live in a country that means production, where production means respect, dignity, and progress. Thank you very much. And now we would like to invite Mr. Luiz Mercadante, the president of BNDES, to for his comments.
Good morning, everyone. First, I would like to greet Josué Gomes da Silva, the directors, and people from Fiesp, to greet them for their efforts It has been crucial for the industry history, especially in Brazil, to also greet Rafael Celgoni. I am totally in tune with what you said, and I would like to tell you what I believe we have to do to reach the goal. I hope that this is a historical date so that we can have an alliance for the good of the Brazilian industry. I'd like to greet all the present here today, professors Roberto Afonso, and also greet Julia Leite, who is our partner in this endeavor. Also Lavinia Barro de Castro, who helped me to have this event come true, Luciana Costa, Luis Gordon, Alexandre Abreu, and above all, you, business community who are here, and others who are watching us on the internet, those on the shop floor, working hard to maintain an industry in Brazil with so much hardship that we have faced in the previous decade. The first question is, does Brazil really want to have industry? Either we open this discussion with strength and commitment, or we're going to lose this battle. The new generation does not have the same commitment that my generation had as to the industry. If you look behind Getúlio Vargas' government in 1929, it was an industrially based country. Or you take Juscelino Kubitschek, the plan of targets was there to leverage all sorts of industries. The second PND, it's a military government, it was an industrial-based project. Chemical industry, heavy industry, and construction industry. We must go back to this industry-based plan for our development and commitment to our goals. And government is creating a council to dedicate to these aspects. What is the base of this new plan? We have to convince ourselves, just like Celso Furtado said, that we're not going to be an advanced country without industry. The idea that we are the biggest farm of the world is good. We are the world's largest commodity exporter in the world, but we need to have a competitive technological country, but we will not be advanced without industry that generates innovation, technology, skilled labor, and research. The same service, or most of the services that are resilient, depend on the industry. They are services that are associated to the industry. I'm here to tell you that President Lula is back. Brazil is coming back to international relations at a new level, and BNDES is the bank of industry and services in this country. What is a major challenge? The first challenge is to leave aside some old ideas. Those old ideas that brought us to this situation today. Well, some say, well, here he comes again with this development-based discourse. Well, this is my past. I have been, I studied this, the security, American security, Jack Sullivan, who is the representative for the security of the country, says the United States are seeking a modern strategy for industry and innovation. The idea of a new Washington consensus is completely wrong. First, the government must deal with a scenario where the America's industrial base had been emptied. The vision of public investment that was energized after the war has disappeared. The previous vision had been replaced by a set of ideas that defend tax cuts deregulation, privatization, public investment, and liberalization of trade as itself. And behind this policy, there was this assumption that markets always earmark capital in an efficient way. It doesn't matter what our competitors do or how our challenges become or how much limitation we have on behalf of super simplified market efficiency. The industry and employment have been transferred abroad, and a deep professionalization would help us to export goods. It was done but not fulfilled. Another idea based on former policies is that all growth was good growth. So different reforms have privileged some sectors of the economy, like financial sector. I cannot say anything because I'm a member of FEBRABAN, while other sectors, semiconductors and infrastructure, have atrophied. Our industrial capacity has suffered a real blow. The China Popular Republic still subsidizes its industry like steel, and as well as green energy, digital, and advanced biotechnology. America that has not only lost competitiveness, but also competitiveness that would define the future. It is an open critic. We had a industrial policy that survived at the NASA. Today, we need a public and transparent industrial base. What have they defined as to inflation cut? Is $393 billion, 1.7% of the GDP. The microprocessors and chips account for $280 billion. For example, we are discussing the green hydrogen sector. They are financing half the investment. Microprocessors, they were paying $20 billion to bring one plant to the United States and defending strategic policies. But how about Europe? Well, let me take Europe as an example. Europe elaborated a program, 806 billion euros for subsidies to the industry and other sectors as well, but mostly green development and digital transition, and also did a program with microprocessors of 48 billion euros. I'm not going to expand, but just look at Asia, what they did. This house here in the 80s spearheaded an industry that was bigger than Korea, South Korea and China. Today, they are 20 times larger than us. Europe said, we wanted state, we wanted PPPs, investment subsidies. We want things to go, cheaper things. The projection for investments for the next decade is $3 trillion. So what are we to do? I'm going to begin by talking about my role at the National Development Bank. BNDES did some actions to support the Brazilian agribusiness. It's important to support agribusiness because it generates funds and it is a very competitive sector, but it is financed by important subsidies. Public and explicit subsidies, all backed up by a Congress. Agribusiness generates Brazil surplus. We need agribusiness that does not deforest. There is a part of agriculture which is predatory that we have to fight against. But most of the Brazilian farming is competitive and modern. We open up a credit line for this sector. We have not a single real that's subsidized at our bank. Everything we do is to transfer resources from the BNDES to the National Treasury. We transferred 780 billion in the past 3 years because IMF requirements. We don't see any other countries in the world using the subsidies and then given back to the state. And we did so. And we do so. $23 billion in payment. BNDES pays 70% dividends today. Everything that we have, a surplus, goes back to the bank instead of investing in the country. So we have to review these dividend policies. We have to stop this transfer, or at least to divide what we have to pay for the National Treasury. We pay this regulatory tax, and we need to change this policy, and I'm going to show you some more proposals. We had a $2 billion credit line for the export agribusiness. Lula is back, and there's a major interest in financing our sector. BNDES, whenever is with Lula, it goes and has some incentives and has some funding from abroad because we have our export sector is big at farming. Our credit line is pegged to the dollar. We have an interest rate at 7%. We have announced a 2 billion line, which is over. We're just closing the last contracts. What is important of that for you? This is funding only to buy machines and equipment. That is a demand for the industry. This leverage the industry in Brazil. Second, we're going to have a credit line. We're going to begin our new crop. We had this crop plan, 2.7 billion reais. We did re-engineering in 3 days. In March, it was over. Now we're going to have another 3.6 billion reais in investments. FINAME, machinery and equipment. The industry is also favored with this effort we're doing. We're talking here 11 billion reais of credit lines for the agro industry. Well, this is financing that helps the industry, although it is given to farming. Why am I announcing this today? We are taking 2 billion reais and we are reducing by 61% BNDES spread. And BNDES is a country with 2,400 employees, and you have to go through different directors to approve credit lines. If we're not able to convince this house, which are highly skilled professionals, nothing happens. We're giving up the spread of the bank to help the industry export 2 billion reais. We're announcing this 2 billion reais just for export products, and we're opening up a new credit lines that can go up to 4 billion reais for the export industry to refinance in the same conditions that we did for farming, 7.5%, the fixed interest rate with a grace period of 2 years. So it's 4 billion plus 2 billion. And yesterday we approved, and here I want to thank you, Josué, the leaders of CIE, Abimaki, that has been active in this sector. Abikin, André, who helped us a lot in this process. I'm not going to mention all entities, but all of them were favorable to it. So what is the country to do in this country with this innovation with the TLP interest rate? Yesterday, we approved 20 billion for BNDES with 1.7% a year interest rate. So please come to BNDES. You have the money with low interest rate, and we're going to resume this process. Because we have other 20 billion reais, we're talking here 40 billion for innovation in the next years to leverage everything and go and raise the investment that we are doing. What do I want from you? What we did with TR, we need a new crop bank. We need a crop plan that really works. And don't come and say, well, I mentioned the United States and Europe, but don't come and say that subsidy is something typical of Brazil. We have one of the lowest inflation in the country. Subsidies is not something particular to Brazil. When it is well directed for strategic sectors, it is indispensable for this post-pandemic era. To compete with Asia, with Brazil as a competitive player, Brazil can be a good place for incentives. We have to do a tax reform that lowers the taxes for the industry, because the industry will not be able to develop if we do not have a good tax reform. Now, Josué, I'd like to ask you to design a funding plan for the industry with transparent subsidies. We want the group of industry congressmen be strengthened. What is a credit line for? Why do we have a credit line for agribusiness and not for the industry? We are able to do it now that the capital market is undergoing difficulty after some companies had problems. BNDES is there to help. We do not want to put pressure on the Treasury. We are in favor of these efforts. So we need other indexing factors besides NDP. We want to have other subsidies, and this will help us. We are negotiating with the Treasury Department to reduce dividends, to divide the TCU payment, and we need a deflator for the interest rates. We need to be transparent about this. We had a guaranteeing fund. We invested 21 billion in credit. We guaranteed this for companies up to 300 billion reais. In 10 weeks, it was $10 billion. We're going to focus on Sebrae for micro and small companies. We're going to transfer these resources for BNDES, $5 billion more. So how can we do it for TLP companies? We need to have tools to improve competitiveness and leverage investment. Brazil needs to lower the cost of capital, and the way to do it is BNDES. We can only do it if we work together. I'm here to propose, Josué, what we did as TR, a public, transparent, and strategic partnership. We should go to Congress, all of us, business leaders. We need to have a council. We need to have a group with its own agenda. We want the industry to do the same. We have to be aligned. I believe we are opening up a new era of the industry. Brazil will only gain if we have a strong industry. Thank you so much. We now invite President of Fiesp, Josué Gomes da Silva. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome President of BNDES, Luiz Mercadante. I'm very pleased to have you here at this day of the industry. Also, the director of Sebrae, our partner in this series of events, with the participation of international speakers, Julia Leite, and also send my regards to José Pio, who was not able to be with us here. Also to salute BNDES directors Luciana Costa, Luciana Abreu, and the director responsible for the area, Gordon, and special greetings for all of you. Also to greet all the ladies present here today. And I do this by greeting Marta Levy, who is the president of Higher Feminine Council, and our dear Dalva, and also to greet Tabata Amaral, Vitor Lipe, Congress people, Cássio Cunha Lima. We praise his friendship very much, from Campina Grande, the state of Paraíba, a great partner of us in that state, to greet our mayors, directors of Fiesp and CIESP and Vasco, and all directors of CIESP present here today. On behalf of our dear friend Rafael Savonia, the presidents of higher councils, directors, delegates of trade associations present here today, everyone who is here today, and also that are following us online, and ladies and gentlemen from the press who are here today. Obviously, I am not going to repeat what Rafael has said and what Aloysio has mentioned, but my talk goes directly to the press, and by talking to the press, I talk to the whole country. Brazil, just like the world, has undergone very difficult times in which democracy has been questioned. This questioning of democracy, the growth of autocratic governments that at first attack the press themselves, they occur because they occur on basically on this population, especially the new liberalism that did the social fabric, and especially the middle classes, lost enormously because of the export of industrialization for industrialized countries. It is important to call your attention on that, because we're only going to have the country with the characteristics that we defend, the democratic country, inclusive, growing countries with less inequalities, that spread its richness throughout its population, if we recover the transformation industry. The Western world has awakened to this aspect, just like Aloysio quoted this assistant of security of the United States when he said that the Western world has risen to that. Today, countries fight to be the first one to be industrialized. Of course, they will not have the same methods, and I'm not criticizing those countries that made the Brazilian industry between 1940 to 1980 leverage national development, having Brazil grow with the highest growth rates in the world, over 7% a year, that have catapulted our economy and put them among the 10 largest economies in the world. That development, industrial development process that included replacement of exports, does not fit in the current world. Just like Rafael and Aloysio said, the new industrialization involves a digital industry based on technology and innovation, decarbonized and integrated on the value chains. It is important that the Brazilian society, that is why I talking to you, members of the press, to take this message, embrace this industry, because by embracing the industry, we will rebuild Brazilian middle class that has suffered so much. And when we do this, we are going to be contributing for strengthening the values that we all share and put in the highest level, which are the democratic values, the values of growth with inclusion. I believe that the time is now. The Western world has awakened. Brazil cannot lag behind. Brazil cannot be stalled. Seeing the Western world following the path of industrialization, just applauding the primary activities because they concentrate wealth. Just like this process of interest rates, this interest rate regime that have been practicing Brazil in the last 4 decades. To finish, I'd like to call your attention to one point. Industrial policies and development policies are important, but no industrial policy or development industry will be able to surpass macroeconomy if we do not have the 3 factors that I believe are fundamental to be well placed. We will not be able to develop our country. And in no time, we're going to look at the prospect of authoritarian governments. And I'm talking about the national tax system, which is bankrupt and needs urgent reform. And it is necessary that the whole of society to work towards the tax on added value, not because it benefits industry, but it benefits the country as a whole and makes Brazil go back to growth at accelerated rates. I have debated this EVA debate or VAT debate, and sometimes I see some lack of knowledge and sometimes even vanity and mistrust. Of course, mistrust is natural. We all mistrust some actions, contributors and entities of the tax authorities and interpretations given by tax authorities. We must see in the tax reform efficient mechanisms that reduce this mistrust, and certainly it will not by implementing cashback that will take us this. This will only increase the mistrust. It is necessary that VAT reform be implemented, that indirect taxes in Brazil, that because we have a country of an average income $9,000 per capita, it becomes the main factor of collecting taxes. Of course, this is natural. In developed country, 2/3 of tax collection comes on income and equity. The country with our level of income, it is impossible that indirect taxes do not represent 65% of the total tax collection of the country. But they do not have this bureaucratic system that brings distortions among different sectors of the economy, and nobody will be harmed. It is important that the society support this first reform to put our macroeconomy back to the right level. The other important aspect is exchange rate. It seems that it is well done. It is important not to have it overvalued like we had in past times. And this risk of over exchange rate taxes comes from the excess of interest we pay in this country. We cannot afford to practice the interest rates that we have practiced. And it's not now that we have 8% of real interest rate, but we have had these interests for the past 8 years, which has inhibited our growth and reduced our industry growth, because they are the ones who invest more in capital goods. And because they have a long chain, they use more capital. And because of this, the cost of capital impacts it much heavier than other sectors. We need to correct macroeconomics, and we need to practice industrial policies that are active, just like other countries do. Actually, everybody talks about subsidies as if it were a crime. If we have civilized interest rates and compatible to countries with whom we compete, the subsidies lose their objective, and they do not have to be so big, or maybe not exist at all. I favor horizontal policies and not vertical policies, but I understand that it's possible and even necessary to protect some sectors of the economy with some vertical policies. But if you're against subsidies, and I believe that they may exist, at least part of them, we need to work so that this interest regime that prevails in Brazil be finally put back in our history. This is what we need, and this is what I ask you, press members, to take this news to society, that the importance of the transformation industry, the return to the growth of our industry is fundamental, so that we can move ahead with the values that are so clear to all of us, Brazilian society, so that we are a democratic and strong country. Thank you so much.
Would like to thank all of you for coming to the opening ceremony of our event, and I would like to ask all our speakers to take their seats in the auditorium. Thank you.
Pedimos a todos que tomem seus assentos na
Please go back to your seats.
Pedimos a todos que tomem seus assentos.
Again, and now we will move on with our event. Now we will start our first panel discussion, New Industrial Policy. I would like to invite as moderator Mr. Dan Yoshby, Second Vice President of Fiesp and President of IEG Institute. Our panel members, Mariana Mazzucato, University College London. She will be remote. And Mario Cimoli, Santana School Advanced Studies. In the last 10 years, the country grew only 10.6% per year, while the rest of the world grew by 13%. No country achieved a developed stage without industrial policy. We need motivated political leadership to drive the country forward. And we need an innovative and diversified transformation industry. A strong industry makes a strong country. The objective of this panel is to discuss international experience in new industrial policies considering the main development of challenges of the 21st century. The panel will discuss policy instruments and mechanisms that can promote an innovative and sustainable industry while facilitating public and private investments. Mr. Danioshpi, you have the word. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We will begin this panel discussion so that we save time, and we will now listen to our panel member discussions. With us is Professor Mariana Mazzucato. She's with us on the video, and Mario Simoli, excuse me. I'm going to speak in English very quickly on Professor Mariana Mazzucato. Mariana Mazzucato é professora de inovação e economia na College
of the UCL Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose. Her work challenges orthodox thinking about the role of the state and the private sector in driving innovation, how economic value is created, measured, and shared, and how mission-oriented market shaping can be designed to tackle the major challenges humanity faces. She's a recipient of international awards, including the 2020 John von Neumann Prize and the 2018 Leontiev Prize for advancing the frontiers of economic thought. After Professor Mariana, we'll have Professor Mario Cimoli, I believe that's the correct pronunciation. Mario is a full professor at the Institute of Economics, Sant'Anna School of Advanced Studies, Pisa, Italy. Previously was a professor of economics at University of Venice, and also served as Deputy Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, where he also worked as a Director of Division of Production, Productivity, and Manager, the officer in charge of the Division of International Trade and Integration, Head of Economic Innovation at STI Unit, and Director of Economic Affairs since 1999. Holds a PhD from the University of Sussex and has published extensively in specialized economic journals. So we will start with Professor Mariana, then Professor Mario, and then questions and answers that we will take if time allows us. So, Professor Mariana, welcome. Good morning here. Probably good afternoon for you, and you may proceed.
Well, thank you so much. I'm so glad I could also hear the opening remarks because they've stimulated my brain in thinking about what some of the key issues are that you're facing, which, you know, are actually global issues. So many different countries talk about innovation. We talk about competitiveness. We talk about climate change, and then unfortunately on the ground, there's not really a walking of the talk in terms of steering our economic system in that direction. And, you know, the direction that you're talking about today is industry as the engine of economic growth. I like that title, but I would like to transform it a bit. It's not just about industry as the engine. It's actually about changing how we think about growth and what the relationship must be between industry and government through all the different agencies to actually have a particular type of growth with a direction. So investment-led, innovation-led, sustainable, and of course that increases equity. So reduces inequality, inclusive and sustainable growth. And this is much harder done than said, of course, but fundamentally what I want to argue is that of course we need industrial strategy, but not an old type of industrial strategy, and also not an old type of just talking about growth and competitiveness and different sectors and the verticals and the horizontals. This is an old conversation. We need to stimulate a new conversation, and of course, building on the existing strengths. And I just have a quick slide here from a report that I did, when was that? Almost 10 years ago in Brazil, looking at the innovation system, which of course actually has some strong strengths. You have BNDES, which of course is co-sponsoring this conference. It's been an active player in your innovation system, providing patient, long-term, committed finance to help those industries to really transform towards goals. But it's not a perfect bank. The bank in my own country, the public bank, is not a perfect bank. Cassa Depositi e Prestiti. What do we know? What works? What doesn't with public banks when they work in a symbiotic way with the private sector? I will reflect a bit on that. You of course have FINEP. You have Embrapi. You have many different types of organizations in the government sector that have been key to actually allowing your industry to develop. But of course, we also have different types of weaknesses, which you know better than I. We have often had the lack of a long-term consistent strategic agenda. We've had fragmentation, different types of inefficiencies, which I heard the previous speakers talk about in terms of policy and regulation. And of course, there can be reforms to the taxation system, so on and so forth. I don't want to repeat those things. We know them. You've talked about them enough. What I want to talk about is something that I think can create a radical change in Brazil. And I've been thinking a lot about this globally, and I'm very curious to hear what it might mean in Brazil in terms of really having a paradigm shift so we can have a new relationship between public and private. I often say that we confuse the word market, el mercado, with the word industry. The market is an outcome of how we actually design industry, how we design the public sector, and especially how they interrelate one to another. And I think what we need is to look much more at that ecosystem and turn it into a dynamic, catalytic ecosystem, which actually helps to transform our industrial sectors towards a direction, solving some of the most difficult challenges of our time around climate, around health, around the digital divide. And of course, those three broad areas that I just mentioned, I can't think of one sector in Brazil that would not be important for those three very kind of bold areas in terms of climate change, strengthening our health systems, reducing the digital divide so that all our students, if there's ever a lockdown again, can continue to access their human right to education. So this idea of a mission-oriented, challenge-oriented industrial strategy starts, first of all, with the recollection that Brazil and every country in the world have actually signed up to the Sustainable Development Goals. These are 17 goals around no poverty, no hunger, gender parity, quality education, reducing inequality, so on and so forth. But they're very broad. What has been lacking is a transformation of these bold goals into what I call moonshots. Moonshots that are as bold as what happened 50 years ago when we sent a man to the moon and back. So not just to the moon and back in such a short amount of time. That required innovation, investment, collaboration across so many different sectors. Nutrition, materials, electronics, software, aerospace. So this intersectoral approach is different from a sectoral approach. It's still a vertical approach, but what's vertical is not the sectors, but the mission. And then what we need is a catalytic framework, so the design of an industrial strategy, which really helps these different sectors, I would argue all sectors in an economy, to work together towards actually solving problems. When we went to the moon and back, the first thing that NASA did was to change how they did procurement policy. They made it outcomes oriented to really stimulate that bottom-up experimentation that was required to reach the goal. Along the way, they had hundreds of homework problems to solve. The solutions to those homework problems are what cause growth. So growth is not the mission. Growth is the consequence if we can actually devise a mission-oriented industrial strategy that requires investment, innovation, collective intelligence, and collaboration. Here you just see some of the examples that happened along the way to the grander mission. We got camera phones, athletic shoes, home insulation, scratch-resistant lenses, and so on. And what we often make a mistake, I see this in many countries, is we focus on the technology. Everyone today talks about artificial intelligence or quantum computing, but we forget that so many of the innovations in many different sectors happened as solutions to problems. The internet itself was a solution to getting the satellites to communicate. GPS was a solution for the Navy to know where the ships were. So a solution-focused system that is really bold on formulating problems that have national relevance, sometimes local relevance at the city level, and then catalyzes that cross-sectoral interaction with the government being responsible for changing the design of the tools, a loan program in a public bank, a grants program, a procurement strategy to catalyze that bottom-up experimentation to help these different sectors solve the problems. You see here on the slide an example that I provided in a report that I wrote, stimulated and very much in collaboration with Mario Cimoli, who's there with you, and he was the temporary head of CEPAL, of ECLAC, where we thought about examples in Latin America, and here was one that was looking at carbon neutral cities in Latin America, and all the different investments we would need in areas like agrobusiness, manufacturing, energy, digital, transport, and those examples of those bottom-up projects like buildings with carbon neutral components, clean urban and rural electric mobility, so on and so forth. And in the United Kingdom, where I live, I helped the government do this. So I can tell you it's not easy. They used to have a top sector approach. They had 5 sectors: automobiles, aerospace, pharmaceuticals, finance, and the creative sector. And they said, those are the sectors we are going to give subsidies to. Those are the sectors we will become competitive and world-class. And then not much happened. And I helped convince the government that the problem was that by the time the subsidies arrived to these sectors, those sectors themselves had already moved on. Not only that, often the subsidies themselves are fruits of lobbying by particular sectors who think they are more important than other sectors. So one way to change that was to say, don't focus on the sectors, but on the problems, on the challenges that the country is facing. And here's the 4 challenges that the UK government at the time, this was back in 2018, decided to really stimulate the industrial strategy around: clean growth, an aging society, the data economy, and the future of mobility. These were the challenges. Then the question was, how do we transform this into a moonshot? How do we design an industrial strategy that can really help stimulate that intersectoral collaboration towards solving the goal? And with the future of mobility, which I think is important for you to be thinking about today, given the announcement in terms of the automotive sector in Brazil and the help it will be getting from the government, the idea was not to think of transport, but of mobility and sustainable mobility. And the question was, what's the role of automobiles and transport within that strategy? So the mission they decided on was that by 2040, they wanted to put the UK at the forefront of safe, sustainable, universally accessible travel, creating congestion and emission-free zero accident systems. A huge mouthful. It's easier to say, go to the moon and back. But the fact that some of these words were very ambitious, for example, universally accessible, sustainable travel, meant that some of those bottom-up projects in those circles you see there required, for example, 100% accessible public transport with equal access across all the different models. That required innovation and investment from the sector that was focusing on disabilities. But of course, there was other many other types of innovations like low carbon mobility related energy storage systems, new ways to understand data. So digital service changes, the public data practices for mobility services. But this is just the mind switch I want to put on the floor here, going away from a sector focused industrial strategy towards a mission oriented industrial strategy where the mission requires sectors to innovate and transform. And here it's very interesting in terms of the design then of the policies that can catalyze that bottom-up experimentation. So one of the first things that NASA did, for example, was to change how they actually designed not only procurement, but also the contracts with the public and private sectors. They said that it needed to be a more fair distribution in terms of how risks were not just socialized, but also the rewards were socialized. So a lot of thinking about the public benefit, the public value. And I think there's a real opportunity for Brazil today, given that you have a very bold green industrial strategy across the economy, specifically also with this sector, the automotive sector. How can we make sure that we, actually have inclusive and sustainable growth by bringing this challenge to a more bold one around sustainable mobility, and ask, what does it mean for automotive? What does it mean for digital services? What does it mean for urban planning? What does it mean for the energy matrix? So the automotive sector is seen as an input towards a mission-oriented transformation of the economy. And as I mentioned, this really requires a new relationship between business, and there's businesses in your auditorium today, and the public sector. When we use the word ecosystem, we need to be careful. It's not a neutral word. We can have parasitic ecosystems, symbiotic ecosystems, mutualistic ecosystems. And I think something that all economies really could benefit from is to really think, what do we require in the ecosystem for it to become more mutualistic and symbiotic? So it's not just about subsidies, but actually about a transformation towards a purposeful economy where purpose-led business and mission-oriented government work together. And as I mentioned, this was critical to the NASA program. They were critical about not turning the program just into a gambling machine. They said no excess profits. They didn't say no profits. That would be charity. They said that we needed to make sure, again, that the distribution of the rewards between NASA and all those different companies that made the moon landing happen were fair. And they also changed, again, all the tools to really stimulate that bottom-up innovation. In procurement, it's such a large percentage of every government's budget. This is something, when we think of those regulatory changes that some of the previous speakers talked about, it's also about the change in the design of a government tool like procurement to be ambitious, innovative. Think, for example, of school meals, the lunch that kids eat in school. It can just be food, or it can be healthy, tasty, and sustainable. So even something as simple as a lunch in a public school system, by being ambitious and innovative around the procurement, can then stimulate innovation across the whole supply chain of the food industry. It can also be an area that actually stimulates citizen engagement. So students getting involved in an ambitious meal program like that. But so procurement, whether it's going to the moon or designing school food, can again, if it's outcomes oriented, become part of the innovation policy itself. There's some interesting examples I just wanted to raise because I heard you already talking about the United States. One of the differences today in the United States is, instead of it just thinking about subsidies and guarantees, for example, to the tech sector, which received huge amounts of money from the government. This was what my book, The Entrepreneurial State, was about. They're thinking about what are the different designs of a CHIPS Act, for example, which is close to 400 billion of grants and subsidies to the semiconductor industry, so that the design of the program itself helps to achieve not just innovation and sovereignty around chip production, but also more inclusive and sustainable growth, the title of my presentation. And within that, they've thought about, for example, limiting share buybacks. which in the United States form of capitalism is a huge problem. There's something like 7 trillion, that's 12 zeros, dollars that's been used just to buy back shares, to boost stock prices, stock options, and executive pay. So if you get money from the government, it needs to be reinvested back into production, into innovation. They've also put in some conditions about training of the workforce to make sure that there's a just transition. They've also put in conditions around green and kind of energy efficient use of technology. And this is interesting because it's not an energy program. It's actually a chips program. So this idea of really designing into the contracts between public and private the goal of where we want to go. Here you see the picture of the French finance minister. Unlike in the UK, where we gave out huge subsidies and bailouts during COVID, we gave, I think, 600 million pounds to EasyJet. In France, the industry got a lot of support. So Air France and Renault got support, but conditional on the companies committing to lowering their carbon emissions. They weren't told how to do it. That's micromanaging. That kills innovation. But they were told that this was the direction that the government wanted to go. And so a bailout program was conditional on the companies committing to reducing their carbon emissions. This is also similar, by the way, in Germany. The reason German steel is so green is that the KfW, the equivalent of the BNDES in Brazil, put as a condition to the loan to the steel sector that they had to commit to lowering the material content of production, which they did through repurpose, reuse, recycle technology as a condition of the loan. Again, how they did it was up to them. They were not micromanaged, but there was a strong direction that then required bottom-up experimentation. So you see that there's this delicate balance between a direction, but then freedom to experiment on the how. But simply giving out guarantees and subsidies does not help us transforming an economy. This is just quickly a slide because I worked on this with the World Economic Forum and we presented examples of these new symbiotic ecosystems that we can learn from globally using some of the examples I just gave you. But BNDES, to be honest, has actually been a bank that in the past, especially when the leader was a progressive leader talking about innovation and inclusion, that we've seen some of these designs within the loan programs. I remember there was a very interesting one with the generic sector, where when the Brazilian generic producers were being bought up by the large global pharmaceutical companies, one of the conditions for the loans to generics by BNDES was that the drugs couldn't be produced, that people had to take 5 pills a day, because it's much harder to remember when you're in a favela and your life is so disrupted to do that, but 1 pill a day. So issues around the design of a loan program that have both innovation and inclusion and equity at the heart, which then requires innovation. It's, of course, also very important on the back of COVID to remember that it's not enough to have medicines, but how we design those medicines, how we design the intellectual property rights, for example, how we run our business models matters. We ended up with 8 vaccines globally, but we ended up with vaccine apartheid. This is a very strong concept that Dr. Tedros, the World Health Organization head, talks about. And that's because of how intellectual property rights are often too wide, just used for strategic reasons, too strong, hard to license, and too upstream. So this report, which I just launched yesterday in Geneva with the World Health Organization, says, if health for all is the goal, how do we design the economic system to deliver on that? And I can tell you that actually Brazil has been one of the most innovative in this respect, thinking about access and innovation within the health and economic industrial complex. And I was very happy to meet your new health minister while I was there. Let me just finish, because my time is up, to say that none of this will happen unless we don't reinvigorate and invest within our public administration. I've just written a book which shows how much outsourcing has happened within governments. We need government to be as ambitious, capable, dynamic as the business sector. We need an all-of-government approach. All the missions I talk about around health and climate require all ministries to work together. We need to invest in learning programs. Public sector capabilities matter. This is a report I wrote with the United Nations looking at which governments around the world did better in COVID. And these were governments that had actually invested within their administrative capacity, including digital platforms for the infodemic side of things. So just to sum up, all these ideas of mission orientation must affect policy design, institutional design, like the design of a public bank, different ways to share rewards if we put issues around access at the center, but also something I don't have time to talk about now, but I've been thinking about a lot, which is how do we also involve citizens, get them excited about this? And one of the key things is also to allow ourselves to experiment. So Gov Labs, places where we can actually sandbox some of these problems. There's the Laboratorio de Gobierno in Chile, which is quite advanced on this. If we want outcomes-oriented procurement, how can we learn how to do it? How can we learn what works, what doesn't across the world? But also that, again, participatory aspect. I think we should remember that Brazil is one of the leaders, for example, in participatory budgeting, outcomes-oriented budgeting in Porto Alegre, which is often used as an example. But this is something that is, currently a small experiment. What would it look like if we actually think of our budgets in terms of solving big problems as opposed to the siloed way that we think of each departmental budget? Thank you so much. This is my last slide, just to say I hope that the big con, which is looking at how we need to reduce the reliance on consulting today inside our governments and make them actually invest within their brains, to work with capable private institutions, and to together really go after those wicked challenges of our time that require investment, innovation, but also a design of the collaboration, which is purposeful and mission-oriented. Thank you so much.
Professor Mario, please.
Bueno, gracias. Muy buen día, Mariana. Chao, piacere. Y que nos encontremos en Brasil me parece mejor y súper. Industrialistas convencidos, así que es difícil agregar a las instituciones que están acá, BNDES, Fiesp, CIESP.
Yeah. And it's difficult to explain the industrial policies. The initial introduction has been really spectacular. The first thing that comes to mind when meeting you from Latin America, and Latin America is a region, that's the region I know. Brazil also needs Latin America, and Latin America needs Brazil as well, and talks about Brazilian industry towards Latin America seems to me very important. It's difficult to add something new, how to go about doing industrial policies with the prices we have. We talked about interest rates, and with money coming in, how do I do industry policy? How do I do this gains? This is a typical problem in Latin America. And how do I solve external funding? The United States less, because they issue the currency, but it is easier to do this kind of policies when you issue money, but it's difficult when we work and we manufacture our own things. So how do I do policies when Latin America and Brazil still feels inferior in terms of industrial policy? I'd like to talk about this inferior complex on industrial production. The BNDES president was very clear when he said, if the United States can do industrial policies, so we don't understand why us, Brazil and the United States, cannot do this kind of industrial policy. We have to go together to a psychologist to know what the problem is. I have been doing this for years, and I come to the conclusion that there are 600 million of us go to psychologists to let us know why we cannot go about and do this industrial policy. It's difficult to think about Brazil in a financial system in most countries in Latin America, Argentina, Chile, Brazil, and we cannot talk about policies without considering all aspects. There is someone who says we cannot move while others are doing industrial policy that I call an aggressive industrial policy. Sometimes they told us not to move, not to do anything, but this is not good for us. And I'm sorry to say that this is what we have to do. We have to act. We have made mistakes in the past 15 years or so, following the topic of distribution. Every time we do this kind of policies, what did we do? There was a special condition, is that the productive system helps distribution. If this does not happen, distribution does not go ahead. So we need to have it all clear, is that the industrial technological industry is complementary and is necessary for industrial policies. If this is not clear, we are not going to meet our challenges, which is a society with less poverty and more equal. This time it was not our fault, because it's usually Latin Americans' fault always. Since the pandemic and the war, we had nothing to do with them. We received those two crises that accumulated. I believe we did well as a region, but these are accumulated shocks that we have to know how to react and respond. Second, the international trade. If you compare cars, comparative advantage, to leave it to the market. Imagine today if the trade policy, a country decides, well, I will do the agreement with a country that is more friendly and not so much to non-friendly countries. So this sometimes happens. This is something that we cannot decide sometimes ourselves. There is a topic of policies regarding countries. When we talked about policies and regarding some old industrialists, Celso Furtado, when he said why the hub of the industry had to be something fundamental. Today, all countries have a sovereign policy, resilience. That is a very important word. Resilience helps us develop our policies. Now, all these sort of things have changed. And what happened to our region? Why the policy is, these kind of policies are so important here? We are undergoing a situation where growth and productivity is not a virtuous circle, and including a process of deindustrialization is seen everywhere. So one asks, if I should maintain this inferior complex in a process of industrialization, how do I solve the inequality problems in Latin America as well as in Brazil? This is a fundamental question. I'm going to wrap up with one of the topics that seems important. The industrial policies complements social policies. It is not enough to redistribute. We have to spread the capacity of the industry throughout the countries. The crisis is a sum of crises. We have seen this shock, and we have to see how the world react to all this. The authorities were very clear when they said this. Countries have reacted and responded very well. Washington Consensus has been a mistake because they impose it to other countries. We did what we wanted to do. We did not follow it as is. That is why we have to get rid of this inferior complex. Remember that just-in-time production? What kind of just-in-time story is that? Today is just in case, whenever I can and however I can. Remember when productive chains had to be huge. You had to productive chain that could go all the way to China and back. And now we are looking for a smallest possible productive chain that we can manage. Remember when we talked about comparative costs and how policies behave. This is something I can do and others cannot do. This kind of systems have changed, and sometimes we do not realize. Sometimes this is more serious. We have to understand where the moral and ethics adjust to national policies. And how do I see the region today? What is the region like today? Well, the region is growing at low rates, and Brazil is part of this low rate. How can we reactivate our growth? Well, perhaps some say we have to be quiet and wait. Others, we need to have a mission-based policy, as Mariana said, or the action of Latin America in this case seems fundamental as a regional leader. The other question is the way out. Is it one country, or we need a scale of Europe, China, the United States? Because it's not only recognizing the problem, but also to understand fundamentally that is a scale problem. Yeah, some economies that have 300, 400 million people are able to reverse all this. Brazil has chain sectors and markets. It would not work without a scale. This is another topic. This figure, Sérgio Furtado mentioned a lot. He said any kind of economists agree with how is Latin American countries, or why Latin American countries are deindustrializing so fast. And can we change our economy in terms of distribution? We cannot do it if there is no will to change. Also, is this supposed to be a slow motion move, or it has to be a shock or impact change? To leave a situation like this in 4 or 5 years, of course, that depends a lot on the government. How do we get away from a situation like this? And this refers to Brazil and other countries in the region. I believe we should reflect on a topic that seems fundamental. We have the work productivity and added value. And how does this curve moves? Well, it depends on jobs. Productivity plus jobs. If you add them together, I have development. If I have jobs and productivity, the country grows. You can have money to invest in social policies. In the case of the United States, productivity grows a lot because of the jobs that have been added. And where is Latin America? Productivity is lower. We have a cyclical crisis. We go backwards. I don't move. I'm blocked. And this has to be broken. This kind of cycle has to be broken. And here we see very clearly the region and Brazil are kind of blocked in this situation. How do we get out of this situation? This is the question. with soft policies, with aggressive policies? Is it enough to have a low interest rate, or we need an aggressive industrial policy? Of course, the industry has to be in accordance. But the other topic, which we have not discussed yet, and it was mentioned at the beginning, was investment. It said 17, 18% of the GDP. Korea, or South Korea, is 32% of the GDP. Can we have a development with 18% of GDP investment and unblock the situation we have? It doesn't seem that we can. This has to do with a relative price and also the climate safety and security. We want to have a stable economy. And I'm sorry to be so straightforward. If it is a progressive part of society or not, if there's not an agreement between the two sides, the investments are not going to take place. If investments are not happening, we're never going to get out of this situation. The topic of informal jobs. Countries that before the pandemic did not have informal jobs, and now they do. If they have too many informal jobs, less production and less strong the economy is. But if the industrial, if we do not do this policies fast, the growth is never going to get to everyone. Other countries are doing stronger industrial policies, much stronger than ours. And how about the thresholds? Well, you have social policies and industrial policies. I can spend a lot in social policies, but the limitation is set by productivity. Some economies that had a change of structure without looking at social aspects. So we have to see that progressive governments always join these two aspects. Otherwise, you have those two systems fighting. So the combination of these two policies, industrial and social, are important, including social policies that look at productivity, think about sanitation, and think about everything that could be solved with the accessibility of the population to basic services. And, what are we concerned about? Lower productivity, and also that other economies are investing a lot of resources in industrial policies regarding the capacity to do it. And a complex economy distributes better. If I have a complex economy with better salaries, it is important to see those aspects as well. We have to work together. The fear is that we look more into industrial policies than social policies. And the combination of both of them is very important. The social policy can be done immediately, and industrial policy requires more time, construction of sectors, a dialogue with the business community, and it's much more complex. But the positive quadrant allows me to have those two policies together. And what is happening, after all? Well, we have the situation here, good or bad. The advanced economies realize that they have to do both policies, and not necessarily they will have the results that they wish. The most advanced economy realized that to build something industrially requires time, microeconomic capacity. It is a complex process that we say evolutionary process. They also realize, because they have larger banks, it's not the size of Brazilian banks or other banks. Remember the debate, if we're going to we have to begin our industrial policy. They have decided that this kind of policies have to do it in a pragmatic way. What concerns us is that the debate of Latin America, instead of moving forward, is moving backward. And you're going to hear several international organizations say, no, don't move the market, stay still, don't move. It seems that in a theoretical analysis goes back to a pragmatism. A lot of the debates of middle income are moving backwards. So the point is, I believe that when we see the world situation of our region, Latin America, it is urgent to stop the industrialization process and have a re-industrialization. It is important to have a mission and be able to handle with courage the system of prices. The other aspect is to be able to sit at the table, and when you say the trade is like this here and there, and it's the World Trade Organization says the old kind of trade does not exist anymore. So where and how do we debate the topic of international trade? And in this case, we also feel inferior as to the other countries. And this is a topic that we have to address. And to wrap up, I'd like to talk about the mechanisms of the funding mechanisms. The international mechanisms are not working. And it's important to see what the Brazilian president is doing. In the time of the pandemic, everyone focused on the debt and how much have we done in terms of debts? Practically nothing. The world changed nothing, and the world says that the trade has to be like this, and it is like that. So words and relations that we don't understand between how to build industrial policy and the international trade, the relations between them is more and more important. So I believe we have to leave this inferior complex, and that's especially in Latin America. If Brazil is able to abandon this inferior complex and goes on making mistakes or advancing, because of course the industry as a whole is complex, and this is the way we should do it in order to be there together with the international trade players. We have to be there on an equal basis. I would like to be healthy and rich and have no problems, be perfect. But how do I get to this situation? Well, this has to be with policy building. How do we manage this policy? That depends. And Brazil is a leader in this project. Thank you for inviting me in this seminar about the industry. I remember when CEPAL, and that means a long time ago, that was the first term of Lula. It was, we launched a paper about industrial policy. And I believe it is time to do this industrial policy. It is important now to think about being leaders in our regions. And I believe it is important to maintain an international policy to look for places where to discuss topics about industry, commerce, and different kinds of relations. Thank you.
Okay.
Ainda temos tempo para perguntas aos nossos palestrantes.
Professor Mariana, and following your presentation on the mission-oriented approach or programs, and coming down to our Brazilian story here, and considering that we have in the audience several representatives of the Brazilian industrial segments and government authorities from Congress and from government itself, what are the main characteristics of industrial policy in the 21st century? And how can we integrate public and private sectors around a development strategy that will allow us to achieve a more inclusive and sustainable growth? What actors need to be involved and what instruments are necessary? And if you could please give us some recent international well-succeeded examples, that would be very helpful.
Sure. So again, thank you so much, because like Mario, I want to thank you not just for inviting me, but for inviting me today, because I think this is a really, really critical moment when you have such a progressive leader who puts value creation at the center, and then of course the redistribution, but there's nothing to redistribute unless you create value. This is a point I've been making for a long time, but then the question is, what is the direction? So my point about mission orientation is it's an explicit admission that growth has not just a rate, but a direction. And so many of the dysfunctional ways we have grown have also had a direction. So we need to make a decision. We need to agree. We also need consensus. That's also why the democratic fora, including your conference here, are so important. So I already gave some examples, but let me just remind the key ones, because it's not just about the policy design. It's truly about the social contract. I think this is a moment to stop being lazy. I think we have lazy relationships. We have lazy partnerships. Many public-private partnerships have led to a disaster. I already mentioned the vaccine. We didn't vaccinate the world, and during a health pandemic, that was the goal. I gave the example in Germany where they have changed their loan program to be conditional on the lowering of the material content of production in an old sector like steel. So the question is not old or new sectors, it's transformation of the sectors towards a goal, but that doesn't happen just by talking. It has to happen if we put the deal, the New Deal, the deal at the center of our attention. When I mentioned Sweden, the example of the school meal program, it's important because we need to normalize our ambition. It's not just about technology. It's not just about climate. It's literally about the welfare state. How do we transform everything the welfare state does, from public education to public transport to public health, to be a lever for innovation, a lever that has a very clear goal? What are we trying to achieve, like reducing the digital divide, or having healthy, tasty school meals, and bring together as many different actors in the economy, in the public and the private sectors, to solve it. But I will say that, one big warning, which I'm sure I don't have to tell you, but I see this globally, is learn from the mistakes of when we end up focusing on the goal in terms of the economic metrics. So all the examples I gave were not about economic goals of productivity, of growth, of innovation. Those were the outcomes if we actually cared about solving problems together. Another thing is the obsession about the deficit is counterproductive because in Italy, for example, after the financial crisis, we were told that the help from Europe would only happen if we reduced our deficit. So we obsessed, almost like a voodoo number. It was 3% and then it went to 0%. And yet debt to GDP rose. Just that difference between the deficit and debt to GDP is important. If we don't invest in all the things that drive long-term growth, so which then also lead to productivity, so the denominator of debt to GDP, you have many different cases where the obsession on the deficit leads to a higher debt to GDP. And I don't think that lesson has been learned enough, because then the question is, how do we invest in the denominator? And both Mario and I have been really reflecting on that. But another, and I'll stop in a second, another big lesson today in Europe is that finally we have a recovery program which is not conditional on austerity, as it was after the financial crisis. It's conditional on strategy around climate and digitalization. There's 2 trillion euros being dispersed to the countries, but, and this is the bad news, but when the money comes to countries like Italy, which have not invested in their own administrative capacity because of this massive outsourcing of those capabilities from the state to McKinsey, to PwC, to Deloitte or elsewhere, but also when the state becomes lazy and forgets it needs to be innovative and think out of the box, then we can't even spend the money. We have to give the money back. So money is not enough. Of course, we need resources. Of course, we need to resist austerity, but we need to render more able, capable, dynamic the civil service to work with able and capable private leaders. And if we don't do that, it's all blah, blah, blah.
Thank you, Professor. And now we go for a final and quick question here to Professor Mario. Was written in English, so we go in English, but considering this relationship between the production structure and income distribution, how can industrial policy change the structural inequality we have in the country, in Brazil? Should industrial and social policies go together? What are the main discussions in the international debate in this area and lessons to Brazil?
Gracias. Quiero retomar un tema.
I'd like to go back to the topic that Mariana mentioned, and it seems important. Beyond the relative prices, the complexity of relations that we see. And I agree with Mariana about the blah, blah, blah. We have to include in the mission all the state structure. All ministries have to be aligned, and this is a topic that seems very important to me. It is important to have it, all of them together, to have everyone aligned. This is fundamental. If we cannot have all players together to win the match, we will not move forward. And as to distribution, we cannot do everything at high level. We have most population of Brazil and Latin America with low productivity. We're not going to have Industry 4.0 or Industry 5.0. We have to have social policies that really act. Think about our regional problems like sanitation, water and wastewater treatment, and all this sort of infrastructure that require some action. So policies are not regarding one sector. And I believe that Mariana would agree with me. We need to have a mission towards this sector to have everyone together in the same process. If one acts on top of the other, we're never going to achieve it, because we'll have a very big pressure, and political pressure does not work. The thing about distribution is fundamental. Today, there is no skills that are not associated with new technology, and there's no capacity not affording to be dynamic. We have to be straightforward and dynamic. This is how we distribute good salaries and good opportunities for all. Otherwise, we will not have a successful distribution policy. One cannot get to the governments, and sometimes of course, we need redistribution. It is an unequal country. We have to get to those sectors, but at the same time, we have to work on policies based on missions, clear missions, so that distribution be throughout the system. Otherwise, there is no model that will succeed. In Europe, they have a powerful central bank as well as the United States. And in Brazil, interest rates is still a big problem as to the distribution. Mention the smaller economies in the region. So the main point is we need to have a policy that follows up the distribution process, and this does not reach out to people. The final topic, and I'd like to stress this point. When we some people think that just pressing a button and everything is solved. We have to discuss with 5 people from the industry community. One of them gets happy, the other one less happy. Industrial policy is to get into this and find a common sense among them. And it is fundamental for the distribution. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. And I agree with what Mariana said. Brazil has an important role, not only as a country, but also for the whole region. So I know that this is a leader country in the region. This seminar is welcome, very timely. I thank you, and let's work hard as to industrial policies about distribution and global trade. Thank you.
Ana, grazie, Professor.
Obrigada.
Obrigado. And we conclude here. Fechamos aqui o painel. Muito obrigado.
Agradecemos a participação dos palestrantes. Convidamos os dois a descerem e ocuparem.
We now invite our speakers to take their seats back in the auditorium. Thank you.
Pedimos a todos que tomem seus ao nosso evento.
We kindly ask you to take your seats. We're going to resume our event. We're going to be talking about tax reform for economic growth. We're going to ask our moderator, Vanessa Canado. She is coordinator of the tax sector of INSPER University. Welcome, Vanessa. Now we invite the panel members, Bernard Api, Secretary of Tax Reform at the Ministry of Finance. Representative Reginaldo Lobes, Coordinator on the National Tax System Work Group. Representative Vitor Lippi, part of GT on the national tax system. Welcome, everyone. Representative Agnaldo Ribeiro will not be with us today.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our industry, who used to account for 30% of GDP, has now dropped to approximately 11%. Industrial production is below pre-pandemic levels, and this is of great concern. A strong industry means a strong country. we will talk about the main guidelines for this current reform of the national tax system. Vanessa Canado, you have the floor. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Fiesp, for inviting me. Thank you, President Josué and Igor. Thank you for inviting me to be the moderator of this panel discussion. I have been working on this issue for more than 1 year at Fiesp. For me, it's an honor to be the moderator of this panel with such three people who are so greatly involved in this issue. Bernard Api has already worked on this issue for quite some time. The head of our work group, Congressman Reginaldo Lopes and Representative Lippi, who are taking very active action in this work group, which is focusing on tax reform. And we'll talk about taxes levied on consumption. This issue is being worked on by Congress. I will start by asking a difficult question, going back to what Josué da Silva mentioned during his opening remarks. Bernard, if possible, I would like you to say a few words about the main characteristics of this proposed reform, and if it's correct to say that this is a reform that will benefit in industry to the detriment of the services sector, or is this a proposal that will drive the growth of all sectors? Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you, Fiesp, for inviting me. The tax reform proposal is bicycle to migrate from my current tax system with taxes, consumption, goods, and services, which is the worst tax system in the world. We want to migrate to an international standard, which is based on the VAT tax with characteristics such as putting together merchandise and services, because these are impossible to separate. Second, we want to not have any cumulative process, and we want more simple and homogeneous rules. This is the basis of this proposed bill. The final goal is not original. This is simply replicate Brazil the best international standards. Why is this important? Because our current system has enormously negative impacts on our growth. For example, the bureaucracy. For example, litigation in court, which is the result of this complex tax system, is one issue. Another issue is something which the cumulative aspect, the fact that we are taxing investments, we're taxing exports as well, and this has a very high cost. And our tax system leads the economy to be organized in a deficient manner. And so today in Brazil, we have tax benefits when merchandise leaves the state A, goes to state B, goes to state C, and goes back to state E. So there's this complex tax system which complicates things so much. And obviously, as a result, the economy organizes itself in a very inefficient manner. So the current bill proposes a transition of the taxes and a slower distribution, which will send the proceeds to the different states in an equitative manner. And finally, the proposal is to substitute the current model of regional development, which is based on tax benefits, which is a very inefficient system because all states grant tax breaks to industries that export their merchandise to other states, from state A to state B, and so on. And obviously, this creates this enormous inefficiency. So the reform being discussed today is to move from this worst tax system to a system that corresponds to the best international standards. And this will produce a very positive effect on the growth of the economy. We estimate, based on some studies, that this impact in the next 10 to 15 years might increase the GDP in 12 percentage points, and even all the way up to 20 percentage points. And to your question, Vanessa, tax reform is not a tax reform only for industry, which will benefit industry. There's a very robust study that was conducted recently, shows that all sectors of the economy, all of them, under very conservative aspect, will be benefit, even including sectors and end consumers, which end consumers might be the sector is most impaired if a single tax system is implemented. But the transformation industry will have the greatest impact on the growth, not because it will benefit so much from tax reform, but simply because it is the sector that is most impaired by the current tax system. It is burdened by taxes on investments, which leads to a loss of competitiveness. And the industrial sector also carries the heaviest burden as a result of this complex tax system in place in Brazil. So the industrial sector is the one that is most highly impacted, and therefore, as a result, industry will be greatly benefited by any kind of tax reform. But what is the objective? How long will it take us to reach this objective? You know, the Brazilian businessmen have this iron ball chained to their feet, and allowing, which keeps them from moving forward. But we have to create something. We have a system that is totally against the competitiveness of national production, and it's totally against investments. So this is my brief introduction. I'm not going to go into too much detail because of time constraints, but this is the overview of what is being discussed in reference to tax reform. Thank you, Bernardo. The Ministry of Finance has a site dedicated to tax reforms with questions and answers. There's a lot of information found on the site in relation to this reform. A lot of the resistance comes because of lack of information. In talking about the resistance to tax reform, we hear, especially at Fiesp, we hear that there's an enormous opposition from the services sector and for part of the commercial sector to tax reform. We imagine this sector pressure is also reaching out to the work group. So how is this dialogue going on with these sectors, and how is this all being approached and addressed? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Vanessa, Bernard, hello. Lipe, who's such an important and an active partner in our work group. Well, first of all, I would like to say that I believe after 40 years of having this conversation, we were able to, with this collective intelligence, we were able to respond to the main concerns, to the main doubts, because any tax reform needs to overcome a mistrust on the part of the federal government. Our federal model is there's a lot of competition in this kind of model, and we have to respond to the uncertainties and the doubts that come from the productive sectors. And of course, it's also obvious that the tax reform has to improve the lives of our population. But these are three challenges to which we have answers. The two bills that are in course in the Congress and the Senate will be able to respond to these questions, will be able to deal with the challenges, ensuring a transition from the point of view of revenues by changing the collection system from the origin to the destination. And these proposed bills, will also be able to replace incentives which are no longer functional for social and regional developments. There is a proposal for a regional development fund, but from the social point of view, it's obvious that the states and the regional economies, especially in the 21st century, thanks to the advance of electronic and digital commerce or e-commerce, all of this has eroded the tax base of any country around the world. This means 2.2 billion consumers doing business on the digital platforms with a GDP of trillions of dollars. So any tax model has to take into account this e-commerce and levy taxes on it, because otherwise few taxpayers will have to pay or overpay. But the idea, of course, is to have more people paying less taxes. And that's why the system has to be so encompassing. So, there has to be the separation of tangible and non-tangible goods, for example. This is something crucial. And from the point of view of the social point of view, all of this is very important because progress is also mirrored by the quality of the public services that are offered, which means that we have to improve public spending, and therefore this VAT system will provide transparency. The citizen will know exactly how much he's paying in terms of taxes. So this is what Bernardo said. For the first time, we're able to build up a political alignment to approve the reform. I'm very optimistic in this respect. On June 6th, we will deliver the report prepared by Representative Aguinaldo Ribeiro. This report will be approved by the work group. This report has guidelines that were negotiated with different sectors, with the economic team of the Lula administration, and the guidelines were also discussed by all the representatives, heads of the political parties, and these guidelines will be presented to the leaders in Congress. We will also revisit the economic sectors, and therefore, I believe that there's a broader understanding that correcting distortions and reforming the tax system and lowering the Brazil cost. Of course, this entails investing infrastructure, innovation, and so on, but 80% of our problems lie in this cumulative tax system. And this tax reform is also crucial to improve our competitiveness, not only on a global level, but also on a national level. Any kind of cumulative tax system has obliged the population to resort to expensive services, which in turn leads to a loss of competitiveness. And therefore, it is possible to build up on this convergence. Of course, there are sectors that this short chain is something that has to be analyzed, and what is the tax rate that will be paid to these sectors or charged for these sectors. Otherwise, there will be a burden that will be placed on consumers. So there are sectors such as health and education, agribusiness, the food sector, for example, public transportation, for example, we will have to define over the next 15, 20 days how will these sectors be treated differently. I advocate for, that we have to look not for a specific tax rate for each sector. which will have to be analyzed differently, but we have to look for a balanced tax rate. We have to have some kind of a reference under this standard tax rate so that consumers not burdened by higher costs, but also we need to ensure the unity of these sectors to advocate the reform. And so I believe that we're off to a good start, and there's still some disagreement, but this disagreement, I see this as something residual, and on the day that this bill will be voted on, I think we will have reached the necessary consensus. We have the responsibility of working on the base of the main suppositions, and Bernard has already mentioned them, and what we will agree upon will also address the transition. And perhaps this might be a dual tax system because we will have to go through this transition so that we overcome any kind of mistrust on any level. And we have to overcome the differences that exist, but this is the way to go. And I am sure that this tax reform will be voted on by Congress still in the first half of the year, and because this will allow the country to reindustrialize itself, because we know that industry is the leading engine of economic growth, because this is what, and then the industrial sector will foster the growth of all the other sectors and will be able to aggregate even more value to our biggest pride and joy, which is agribusiness. Everything that harmed Brazilian industry and that deindustrialized Brazil was our tax system. Tax system is totally guilty for this drop in industrialization in Brazil. And we have to make sure that our new tax system will not have any kind of negative impact on any sectors, and the system cannot be cumulative because we have to take advantage of everything that we have in terms of raw materials, in terms of water and soil, and we cannot allow the tax system to harm all of the advantages that Brazil has. Thank you, Congressman Reginaldo. And now, Felipe Link, you have the floor.
I would like to greet you on behalf of all women and ladies here today. You have done a great job, and also my colleague here, who is an expert in this field. And just to show that we are committed to tax reform, we have decided to open a new secretariat for tax reform. I'd like also to greet Reginaldo, a great articulator in Congress. He brings people together. I'd like to congratulate you and Agnaldo, our rapporteur, and greet all of you. And thank you for the possibility of being here to talk such an important issue today, Industry Day. I'm a doctor by training. The first thing when a patient comes is to understand the cause of his or her sickness, to give them a diagnosis. And when I worked at Congress, I decided to look into the causes why Brazil does not grow. It is unjustifiable with all the advantages that Brazil has compared to other countries. I believe all countries in the world would like to have Brazil's upsides. It's one, despite of that, is one of the lowest growing markets and countries in the world. Some sectors are doing well, but the population is not. The economy is not doing well, the industry either. I'm just going to give you some figures now. Figures gives us strong arguments to show you why we need to focus on essentials. In this sense, we have worked on important reforms on Congress, labor reform, which we achieved. We also worked on the pensions reform. Brazil was on the eve of a funding collapse. And now we have a reform, which is a tax reform. And why is tax system so harmful? And it is one of the culprits for the non-development and non-growth of Brazil. Brazil has the 174th worst tax system in the world. Brazil has the most complex, the most expensive, and most bureaucratized and more judicialized tax system in the world. These figures show that Brazilian companies and industries have a bureaucratic cost which is 10 times bigger to be able to meet their tax duties. It's such a complex situation that we have 450,000 tax rules and norms between federation, states, and municipalities. The system is so complex, complicated, confused, that part of these questionings, because everybody feels insecure, nobody can understand what they're paying for, and especially when they have to pay when they sell to other states, that this led to a fiscal battle. And this congested the justice system in the country. And worse, today, the tax fiscal fights is the worst in the world. It represents almost 70% of Brazil's GDP. It's almost 6 trillion reais. That is the situation now in Brazil. So what harms does it bring to Brazil? Well, first, it increases the price of those companies. It's the only place in the world where we do not give tax breaks, and you raise taxes. This makes companies less productive. This fiscal war does not work. People try to escape taxes by moving merchandise from one state to another. Brazilian industry was the 9th most important in the world, and then it dropped to the 10th, 11th, 12th, and now it is the 15th biggest industry in the world. The Brazilian trade balance for industrialized products, that is, what we import and export of industrialized goods, leveled off. It was $20 to $30 billion. Today, it's $120 billion deficit in our trade balance. We're generating jobs in other countries, especially China, and this is making Brazil poorer. We have 74% of Brazilian families that have unpaid bills. 43% of Brazilian families have debts in banks. Do you know what it is to have a bank debt with highest interest rates in the world? And not all that. How many people are part of or belong to a poverty situation? 95 million Brazilians are in the line of poverty. This is Brazil. It is 0.6% growth rates, if compared to the world's 3.1. We are among between the 5th and 6th population in the world, 9th or 10th biggest economy in the world. It's the largest freshwater country in the world. And we have also a lot of green energy. We have the world's largest biodiversity. We don't have any sort of geopolitical conflicts. The second largest mining industry in the world. there's no way we can lag behind. So the diagnosis is, first, a tax reform. Our taxes are dysfunctional. It increases prices of bureaucracy. There are companies that employ more people to get rid of bureaucracy than people in productive areas. We have to work on two aspects. We're talking about industry, and I'm going to focus on the tax system. As far as I'm concerned, I want to know the role of the Congress in this respect. And we had some turbulent times. We lost the Ministry of Industry. Perhaps it's the only country in the world with one of the most important industries in the world does not have a Ministry of Industry. And also, BNDES was not taken advantage of the way it should. Now, things have changed. Ministry of Industry has been recreated, a strong ministry, and they intend to create a plan for reindustrialization Brazil, focused on the so-called Brazil cost, to have a tax reform implemented, and also to strengthen the Brazilian Development Bank to be a bank where money is not so costly, to borrow money is not so costly. All countries, developed countries, have strong development banks, and these are the main focus as far as I'm concerned. This is my diagnosis. Of course, there are several different treatments available. What I want to say today is that all segments are going to gain from tax reform because this unblocks the economy and reduces the cost of Brazil. This reduces this system that's so harmful that we've been trying to cope with for the past 30 years. Now we have conditions to do it. This is the priority of the presidents of both the Chamber of Deputies and the Senate. The two surveys have been done in Congress. One of them showed that 80% of Congress people were favorable of a tax reform, and the other 67%. So we have the majority of parliament members who favor the reform. So we want to push that as fast as possible. Our President Josué said that those who criticize tax reform, they are not familiar with the problem they impose. They don't know also the proposal that is on the table, and also because they feel insecure. That is why we are part in this commission to talk to all sectors. ABIMAC conducted studies showing that agribusiness today exports almost 10% of taxes, just to give an idea. And tax breaks will also benefit the agribusiness. Everybody is going to win. And what is the major legacy of the tax reform? Is Brazil going back to growing, having our jobs back. That is why we need to focus on improving economy, to improve the economic environment, and to make Brazil more competitive. And also, let's not think small. Brazil, with this repositioning of global chains, be a great exporting nation. Let's not be just a manufacturing goods exporter, but also manufacture other products. Sometimes we fight for industry, not only to protect it, but to give it autonomy. In Brazil, it's much more expensive to produce than abroad. Now it is a turning point. We have to be together for the jobs and for the industry. A strong industry is a strong country with much more jobs. Thank you, Representative. We still have some more time. We have now the opportunity to ask more questions. We understand that everybody agrees that the tax reform must be approved. In other words, that there is a favorable climate for tax reform, but we also see, and President Josué says that, some resistance from the private sector to approve the reform. And perhaps less, but there's still some noise in terms of negotiation of tax reform with states and also the discussion with municipalities. There is discussion between the support of governors and less from the mayors. So given the resistance that we still see on the private sector and some entities, what is the most viable solution that we can present to unblock those resistances and overcome them so that we can pass the reform, considering those two major challenges, both from the public and private sectors? On the point of view of the federal level, we have the support of small municipalities. They are a strong entity in Brazil. We have support from the states. Yesterday, there was this forum of governors meetings, and there was one governor only that opposed the tax reform, but 26 remaining ones favored the tax reform. We know that it is on everybody's radar. They discuss some revenues and also the fund for regional development, how it's going to be funded and how it's going to be distributed, something that has to be resolved in order to have approval of all governors, and also fiscal and tax benefits to give some legal security for companies. And all this is being discussed between the tax reform group and the Ministry of Finance. Minister Haddad is going to participate in this discussion. And the following weeks is the time when negotiations have to unblock and move the discussions ahead. Municipalities now begin to have some controversies and divergences. I've had several meetings with a national group of mayors to explain tax reform. I had a meeting with the Secretary of Finance of the city of Porto Alegre, who opposed tax reform. Now he agrees with it. So I believe we're making headway. With dialogue, we are going to build a tax reform. Some states want to separate services tax to the production tax. Now, no country in the world separates those two taxes. It's important not to separate services and goods. I said, well, there are some points of interest of municipalities. Let's discuss and approve this reform. We also have the issues of the agribusiness. We know that services benefit from the reform. All sectors that pay taxes will have credits being generated. We're going to have some concessions made, but I do believe that we're going to be able to build, not by unanimous votes, but we'll have the majority to pass the reform. Representative Reginaldo, just to pick up on what Bernardo said about the concessions, that will need to be rented to the private sector. There is a report prepared by Professor Isaias Coelho when he was head of CECIF, when we prepared PEC 45 after the 80s. Most countries that adopted VAT, they have a single quote. It was not a consequence. There was learning more than one tax. The most tax rates have this differentiations between goods and services, not between sectors. Some sectors of the GT sector favor sectorial tax rates. Do we have any guidelines as to that, on how to deal with those resistance? Unfortunately, there is a big difference between theory and practice, or the good theory with political feasibility. We are moving away from a complex systems for 169,000 rules into a political environment still polarized, I would say even radicalized, and the federative system mistrusts this reform, and also the mistrust from some economic sectors. Therefore, we need to find convergence. Politics means seeking convergence. We need to have a common goal towards passing this reform. As I see it, as we have a long supply chain, and this is midterm, the tax rate is not so important. If we're talking about a short supply chain and we're talking about a service which is rendered directly to citizens, I believe that in this case that we should have a different tax rate. I call it an equilibrium or a balanced tax rate. Why is that? Because we calculate, for example, education is a sector that I know, they pay 8 or 9%. I believe they pay up to 12%. Why not having 15% as a tax rate for education? Private sector participates in our educational system. We have 16,050,000 in the private sector. If it is a higher tax rate, it will favor the discourse of a higher tax rate. For health, you have 50 million people. That helps the tax balance in the country because they complement the health system. Of course, this will be impacted, so we should think about a balanced tax rate. And also, these sectors, perhaps we should give them a treatment through a balanced tax rate. If we leave this complex system so confused with so much distortion with a model of 2, maximum 3 tax rates, I believe this is a great victory. It's a major achievement. We're going to alleviate the justice system. Actually, we have to remember that this influence the cost of goods and services. The poorer consumers that pays taxes on consumption. This year, the municipalities, the state, and union also had to pay the bill, to foot the bill, just like tax breaks. Somebody has to pay for tax breaks. So I believe the path we have to follow is to look for a political negotiation and to find a tax rate which is balanced. If it is too far away from a standard tax rate, we are not going to have a cashback. I believe to give back money to the worse off members of society, it is important. salary of a congressman differs a lot from a poor lady who receives the minimum salary. It is important to have a minimum law for products and for being able to give cash back to the hard-up members of society. It is important to see that we have several instruments that help the poor people. Tax reform will be revolutionary to have the simple people and poor people be aware that they pay taxes. Well, Mayor, I want better assistance, health assistance, or better education for my children. This means a fiscal citizenship and participatory leadership or citizenship. So I hope this tax reform does not hamper the cash back to the poor. What you said has to do with countries, developed countries that adopted VAT in terms of exemption or tax breaks for food, for education. Here we're not talking about differentiate sectors, but following the same lines of differentiate some kind of services or special goods, not for giving cash backs for specific products and services. And we're talking about low-income families. On your side, Representative Victor, what do you see in terms of challenges or opportunities to lead with the opposition we see today? Well, before answering your question, I'd like to bring one more data, the importance of the industry. One job in industry generates 3 jobs outside of the industry. So you're generating 4 formal jobs with good job conditions, many times with health plans and good food, and with a standardization of result that guarantees workers stability. Also, you have service renders and the whole chain that generates a lot of jobs. And what am I focusing jobs? Out of the 98 million workers today, only 36 million have formal jobs. There is no jobs, so people just open up a stand in the middle of the street or any kind of business with no guarantee that at the end of the month they'll have any kind of gains. We need to reindustrialize Brazil. This is really fundamental, Vanessa. We cannot live on this kind of informal jobs. We have to stop lagging behind and think big. We're talking here about an agenda which is tax reform, something critical to the country. We have to strengthen the BNDES and to have feasible interest rates for industries. And we also have to focus on science, industry, and innovation, which is strategic for a country, and also digital education, which is absolutely crucial. Our schools lag behind. Now we need to discuss all that in the parliament. We need to accelerate this process of preparing the population for our new digital century. Now, to answer you, the security and to work on the IVA or VAT, we want to use VAT, which is used by 89% of countries in the world. CDE has it as a standard. This will help us access OECD to have the same rules and compatible costs to create more autonomy to our countries. And why has the industry suffered so much? Because we compete, or services in Brazil, industry have to compete with industries in China, Korea, and Japan, and not among industries in the countries. That is why industries was the sector that most suffered with this tax dysfunction. We agree, all representatives from states, although there is one governor who does not, but we're showing way out, and it's going to be a win-win situation. Instead of growing 0.2%, Brazil is going to grow by 2 or 3% a year, just like other countries. In this case, we want to reach 1 trillion reais more in GDP, and this is something you have to do. The Congress has never given their back to Brazil in those very important times. There is a feeling, both the president of both houses, the lower and higher courts, we need to approve the tax framework. Congress is a very important place to discuss all this. Brazil, we received a proposal from the government that pleased just part of Congress people. Significant changes have been made. At the time of the Temer administration, we are undergoing a terrible recession. We had to create a debt limit, which was very rigid. No expenditure of the government would go further than inflation. This would complicate matters because we spend more on education. Brazil is a country that least invests in the world. So now we have new rules that follow the possibility of having a better tax collection. We are not going to spend 100% of the tax collected. I would say that today we have a very interesting proposal, tax proposal for Brazil that will help lower the interests that are so harmful and that create so much recession to our economy. We are on the right path. Of course, questions are normal. I don't know if we're not going to achieve all this. Perhaps we would not be the worst, but the best in the world. It's a political decision, but I believe that it is possible to achieve it with technology. As we know, the financial system in Brazil is very robust and very well structured, among the best in the world. And we are committed, the government and other sectors, to look for technologies to do it as a split payment, something automatic. This will boost the sector. This will probably debureaucratize and make business easier to do in Brazil. We want credit lines to go back to the companies. We are about to live a new area, and this is the area I want to see, a more competitive, more modern Brazil. We have other things to do, but we're focusing on this to do it the best way we can. We are aware of how important this is to Brazil and how this tax system in Brazil has been harming society and making people more poor. We have political conditions to approve this tax reform. Of course, there are people from other sectors rather than the economy, and I urge them to talk to us. The tax system is very complex. Let me tell you just one detail. We had a meeting with the construction sector. We had it was tax rate that is going to go up because we pay 5.99% tax. Well, if you had one single tax rate, it's going to go up. So we go on doing calculations together with the help of the World Bank. Well, actually, they were inside the chain. When they buy cement, when they hire services, taxes come together. It was 16.99. That was his real tax rate. They thought it was 5.99. And this happens to all sectors. Nobody knows how much tax, embedded tax there is in the chain. So come to us. We're here to help you. We have a technical team to help you, and we have experts that know their responsibility. Nobody in this country can be against tax reform. We know how serious the problems are. If you have any questions, come to us. And some sectors ask, well, perhaps construction, civil transportation, health, education are going up. We're going to have to pay more for that. And I liked what the proposal said, to call it a balanced tax rate for services that are essential and have a relevant impact on inflation. So I'm sure we're doing the right thing. All countries in the world have more than one tax rate. Of course, having one would be easier, but all countries have more than one. China has 7, India has 6 different tax rates. France has different tax rates. We went to the OECD and collected data. I believe now that we are mature enough to convince anyone that it's going to be a win-win situation. We are going to win a lot of jobs in this country, millions of jobs in the country. Thank you, Representative, and I guess that we have plenty of good projects, we have plenty of good solutions. Now we have this dilemma, which is to pass tax reform, the art of doing politics. Now, to wrap up our panel, there is a good quote from a former president when asked about the art of politics, if that means feasible politics. It's to make feasible what is good. That is what politics is all about. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone of you from the industry community for the jobs you generate. I have always defended industry and Congress because you do the economic and social development we all need. We're very proud of you, and we know how committed you are. Thank you. Thank you, the participants of this panel, and now would like to make some announcements. The headsets and all your belongings should be taken with you during the break. Now, theater is going to be emptied, so please take your headsets and all your belongings with you as you leave this auditorium. We're going to break for lunch, and we'll be back at 2 p.m. with the next panel, decentralization and the new challenges of the new policies. Thank you.
Com a manutenção dos juros altos, temos assistido ao empobrecimento em nosso país.
Senhoras e senhores, mais uma vez.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to our afternoon session of the event, A Strong Industry Makes a Strong Country, to celebrate Industry Day. The objective of this event is to debate topics of interest to the productive sector. This event is organized by Fiesp with the partnership of CIESP, BNDES, and SEBRI. Please put your cell phones on silent mode. Now we'll go into the panel on decentralization and the new challenges of geopolitics, reshoring, and industrial policies. The moderator will be Mr. Igor Rocha, Chief Economist at Fiesp. Our panel members, Robert Wade from London School of Economics and Political Science, Mr. José Gabriel Palma from Cambridge University, panel members, André Clark from SEBRI, and Luciano Costa, Director of Infrastructure, Energy Transition, and Climate Changes at BNDES. Welcome to all our panelists. 1980s, the Brazilian economy was in the global press as the country with the highest growth potential. Now we are known as the country with the highest interest rate in the world. Inflation, poor growth, and interest rate are important factors, but economic growth in Brazil has been treated in Brazil as something that was not as significant as the other two elements. The purpose of this panel is to mention a perspective of current geopolitical issues and recent international experiences in industrial policies, reflecting the opportunities and challenges for Brazilian industry, what has changed, and how to reposition Brazil. Igor Rocha, you have the floor. Thank you. I would like to greet everybody here. It's a great pleasure to be the moderator of this panel. I would also like to greet Professor Gabriel Palma, professor from Cambridge University and head professor of the University of Chile. He has a PhD from economics in Oxford University and also a PhD in social sciences from Sussex University. He also created the Palma Inequality Index, and he will be our first panel member. We also are accompanied by Mr. Robert Wade, an economist, professor at the London School of Economics and Political Science. He has worked at various institutions such as the World Bank and also at other universities around the world. Professor Wade is a specialist in Asian development, and in addition, he has written a bestseller, which is a book called Governing the Market. This book is focused specifically on the development of public policies in Southeast Asia. Like Professor Mariana Mazzucata, he was also the recipient of the Leon Schaff Prize for the Economics. He will be here with us in the second part of this panel discussion. I would like to greet Luciana Costa and André Clark. He's a member of the board of SEBRI. He's representative of SEBRI in Sao Paulo, also vice president of CONIC. Good afternoon to all of you. Professor Gabriel, without further ado, it's a great pleasure to have you here with us today, and you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation. La presentación primera es la mía o la de Robert.
The first presentation, is it going to be mine or Professor Costa? No, you're going to be first, Professor.
You first.
You go first.
Okay. Muchas gracias por la invitación.
Thank you for the invitation. It is a pleasure
estar aquí hablando con
you may mute the sound.
La traducción, lo que no me permite hablar tranquilo. Hay un problema técnico. Que no escuche la traducción, por favor, porque si no es muy... Ok, partimos de nuevo. Muchas gracias por la invitación. Muchas gracias por la invitación. Es un placer estar aquí y voy a hablar hoy día sobre un problema sobre política industrial en América Latina y especialmente en Brasil. Y para eso voy a compartir pantalla. El tema que voy a hablar hoy día parte un tanto pesimista en el sentido de que el título, como indica el título, América Latina es la región que tiene la peor tasa de crecimiento de la productividad en el mundo desde el periodo 1980 hasta 2019. Paro el 19 por la pandemia, pero eso continúa igual hasta hoy día. En otras palabras, estamos hablando de un problema que tiene una profundidad que uno no puede olvidarse. O sea, estamos hablando de una región cuyo crecimiento de la productividad ha estado estancado por 40 años. Entonces, reactivar esa... Por supuesto, hay diversidad de sectores y algo de países, pero en promedio, el trabajador latinoamericano produce hoy día, en valor real, lo mismo que producía en el año 80. Ahora, reactivar esas economías que tienen 40 años de estancamiento del crecimiento de la productividad es una tarea titánica. Y en ese sentido no hay que olvidarse de que aquí el problema no es que el tipo de cambio fue así, o que la tasa de interés estuvo acá, o que el sistema bancario era de esta manera, o que aquí hay un problema que es mucho más profundo, que fue que nos entramos en una estrategia productiva, lo cual era muy limitada, y una estrategia productiva atractiva que ya hace mucho tiempo dio lo que podía dar, y no hemos sido capaces de reactualizar nuestra estrategia productiva y seguimos haciendo el más de lo mismo, cuando el más de lo mismo ya no tiene mucho potencial, o sea, cero potencial de crecimiento de la productividad. Si miramos el año 50-80, América Latina, y aquí vemos todas las regiones del mundo, América Latina era la tercera región que crecía más rápido en el mundo. La tercera. Solo Europa Occidental y los países de la primera generación asiática, Corea, Taiwán, Singapur y Hong Kong, crecían más rápido que nosotros. América Latina, en promedio, y eso muy influenciado por las tasas brasileras y mexicanas, por supuesto, era la tercera. Hoy día es la última y por lejos. O sea, es una región de que en un mismo mundo, con los mismos mercados financieros del tipo que son, con la misma globalización, en un mundo donde el resto de las regiones también tuvieron que sufrir la inestabilidad de los precios de las materias primas, etcétera, etcétera. O sea, en ese mismo mundo, los otros que vivían en ese mundo, todos los otros hicieron las cosas mejor que como las hicimos nosotros desde el punto de vista del crecimiento de la productividad. Por lo tanto, el punto primero es la dimensión de la tarea. Tenemos que salir de un pantano en el cual hemos estado hace 40 años y por tanto la política industrial tiene que tener una característica de cambio estructural realmente profundo, porque claramente el más de lo mismo ya no da para más. Miremos ahora el PIB, empleo y productividad de Brasil, y en el gráfico izquierdo tenemos que, claro, el PIB brasilero se ha desacelerado a las tasas que todo el mundo sabe, de más de 7% apenas a una tasa del 2%. Pero lo que quiero recalcar hoy día es que si miramos el crecimiento del empleo, el empleo siguió relativamente estable, algo se desaceleró, pero un mínimo. Y si miran estas tasas de generación de empleo en Brasil, comparado con la tasa de crecimiento de la población, que ya cayó del 1% hace mucho tiempo, tenemos que estas son tasas bastante razonables. El punto es que el crecimiento de la productividad, que venía a más de 4%, que es una tasa parecida a muchos de los países asiáticos, de repente Vino la crisis del 82 y la dificultad de salir de esa crisis y la nueva estrategia productiva tan limitada que tomamos, hemos tenido que, como ya decía, un crecimiento de la productividad cero desde el año 80 hasta ahora. Ahora, si miramos por sectores, partimos con la manufactura, el más importante, tenemos que la manufactura, la desaceleración de la manufactura, otra vez es la más grande del mundo. No es que solo en América Latina hubo desindustrialización, pero la desindustrialización que hubo en América Latina no ha existido en ningún país del mundo. Si miramos la tasa de crecimiento del PIB manufacturero, cayó de más de 8% a prácticamente el 0%. O sea, esa caída de 8 puntos porcentuales del crecimiento de la manufactura es por lejos la más alta del mundo. Y aquí, a diferencia del resto de los sectores, la manufactura no ha sido capaz de generar ni empleo ni productividad. O sea, tenemos un sector que era el sector líder, que era el sector central en el crecimiento económico de Brasil y que después de los 80 no ha sido capaz de generar ni empleo ni productividad. Y si miramos, y en ese periodo, cuando el crecimiento de la productividad en América Latina era cero, tenemos que el trabajador promedio en China, su productividad creció en ese periodo por 20 veces, en India por 6.8, en Corea por 5, en Taiwán por 4.6, etcétera, etcétera. En otras palabras, otras economías en ese mismo mundo, con esos mismos mercados financieros, con esa misma globalización, con esa misma financiarización, con esa misma inestabilidad política, con esa misma inestabilidad de los precios de las commodities, viviendo en el mismo mundo que nosotros, eran capaces de tener tasas de crecimiento de la productividad que son bastante, algunas que son bastante espectaculares y otras que son bastante razonables. En otras palabras, lo que hay que ver es que por qué nosotros en ese contexto hicimos las cosas mucho peor que todos nuestros vecinos, que todas las otras regiones del mundo. Por lo tanto, lo más importante, por supuesto, las cosas externas, el desarrollo del mercado financiero es un tema fundamental, la inestabilidad política, la inestabilidad de los precios de los commodities, o sea, hay una cantidad de temas externos que por supuesto son importantes, pero lo fundamental de lo que nos pasó a nosotros está dentro de nosotros, en lo que pasó dentro de nuestros países, porque otros países en ese mismo escenario internacional complicado, el mismo que estábamos nosotros, tuvieron capacidad de crecer productividad a las tasas que ya vimos. Y no es que América Latina no sea capaz de crecer. Brasil en el periodo 50-80, en esos 30 años, menos que el periodo siguiente, creció su productividad promedio del trabajador promedio brasilero, su productividad promedio creció por 3.3 veces, a una tasa del 4%, que es una tasa muy similar a las tasas de muchos países asiáticos. O sea, no es que América Latina no sea capaz de crecer, como ustedes, Brasil 60 y 70, México 60 y 70, en el caso de mi país, Chile, de finales de los 80 hasta los 90. Lo que pasa es que nosotros somos básicamente corredores de media distancia. O sea, América Latina, no hay país, si uno lo mira uno por uno, hasta Argentina, no hay país que no haya sido capaz de crecer en algún periodo. Lo que ningún país de América Latina ha sido capaz es de sostener crecimiento en el tiempo. No es que Corea crezca al 5 o 6%, es que lo ha hecho por 50 años. No es que China crezca a las tasas que crece, es que lo ha hecho por 40 años. No es que otros países asiáticos crezcan a las tasas que crezcan, es que han sido capaces de sostener ese crecimiento en el tiempo. En América Latina, cada vez que un país acelera, y prácticamente todos los países de América Latina tienen periodos en el cual han acelerado el crecimiento del PIB. En el caso de Chile, claro, fin del 80, 90, pero ninguno, incluido Chile, por supuesto, hemos sido capaces de sostener ese crecimiento en el tiempo. Entonces, el punto nuestro central es un problema de rigidez. Es como cuando el crecimiento empieza a generar
generating new needs like to update the productive methods, to flexibilize so that we are able to run a marathon. This is, we have our setbacks. It's not that I can grow and you cannot, is that they they are able to sustain this growth at long term. We can grow at the same rates as they do, but we are not able to maintain this growth. If we look at the last, if we look at the rest of Brazil's sectors, we see that Brazil industry, I'm talking here about the primary mining and construction. The characteristic here is that it's a dual economy. It's totally dual. Primary sector generates productivity but does not generate employment, while services generate employment but no productivity. In other words, there is a sector which is service and production that only generate employment, and the primary sector that only grows productivity and is not able to bring productivity to other sectors. The characteristic of manufacturing, the famous Caldet law, and manufacturing, they are good engine for growth in terms of productivity. If manufacturing grows, construction, services, and other sectors grow along. When we look at this situation, we see that we are able to grow at very good margins. These rates are not sustainable throughout time, and they are growth rates that they do not spread to other sectors. What we need to get out of the quagmire we're in is to have a new engine for productivity. We have to get out of this quagmire. We need to reinvent this engine of productivity like other countries did. In the case of Brazil, when manufacturing was doing well, it was not able to drag the rest of the economy along and have the other sectors grow. And the good luck, quote unquote, is that Brazil was able to sustain growth because of the Amazon region, because of the mining, and of course there was agribusiness. What happened in the rest of Latin America, in the case of Chile, for example, is that the growth and productivity of primary sectors is very low because there is no copper mine, there is no there's no industry that can grow. We are at a point in which this extractivism is depleted. The only reason that Brazil can move ahead and produce more that will hamper this production is the deforestation of the Amazon. And we see the same problems in Argentina and other countries in Latin America. So productivity problems are there and are very clear within this context. If one sees all countries in the world and we put them in an organized way according to the growth of employment and productivity, which we see the world average, there are 4 quadrants. The first one, it seems that they're not able to grow neither employment or productivity. These are the countries that grow very slowly, both in terms of employment and productivity. Countries that I don't know if they have ever gained development. They were not able to grow either productivity or employment. And quadrant 2 is Latin America. They are countries that have much faster growth, employment growth much faster than the rest of the world, but no productivity. We are able to grow employment much faster than other countries, but productivity growth is almost nil. Therefore, Latin America is the only countries that are in this quadrant. What are the countries that grow both in productivity and employment? They are the Asian countries, the second generation, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, or first generation, Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, and Hong Kong, Vietnam, China, and India. So the task we have ahead is how to move from quadrant 2 to 3. First of all, to go on generating employment, because no matter how low productivity and salaries in construction, of course, it's much better to be employed with low salary than being unemployed. Therefore, generating employment, although low productivity and low salary, it is higher than African countries that are not able to generate employment. The point is that we have to be able to find an engine for growth and productivity that allow us to generate this employment, but also productivity. And this is what Shivali was saying. The only productive strategy that is able to generate development, to close productive gaps, to have a sustainable growth, to generate employment and productivity. They say in the United States we're not able to walk and chew gum at the same time. Sometimes we have zero productivity or a lot of employment, or the opposite, a lot of productivity and no employment. Therefore, to go from 2 to 3 is our biggest challenge. This is the role of the industrial policy, to get us out of 40 years of productivity stagnation, 40 years of not being able to advance. And the reason is that our production strategy does not drag the rest of the economy. And you see, in your case, you don't have more potential to develop productivity. So what we need is a new growth engine that take us out of this situation of 40 years and generate a growth in productivity. And the most important point is to generate a productive strategy that allow us to renew ourselves over time. The point that we all talk about, and what we heard our colleagues talking about, is that at the end, we have seen that in advanced countries, in where I live, in England or other countries of European countries or the United States, they found the industrial policy. The question is, what kind of industrial policy the developed countries need so much as we do? Let's see the case of the United States. Since the 1980s, the inequality has grown so much that the 1% richer in the United States win $2 trillion more than they would earn just because of an increase in inequality. If the United States was stable since Reagan, the rich ones would earn $2 trillion less than they earn today. So the point is not only inequality, and what have they done with those 2 extra trillion they received for inequality? If we look at investments as a percentage of the GDP, the investment as the GDP ratio is 1 trillion less than it would be if the percentage in investment in GDP would be the same that existed during Reagan era. In other words, the problem of developed country, which follows a neoliberal model, has been a toxic combination of increasing inequality and diminishing in investment. If we look at European countries, Germany, for example, the situation is the same. In this world where 1% in the case of the United States received 2 trillion extras of awards because of the inequality of the country. In other words, year by year, the 1% richer in the United States win extra equivalent to the GDP of Korea and more than Brazil's GDP. And this is what the 1% gets extra a year just because of an increased inequality. The question is, what have they done with this money? An investment is $1 trillion less than what it should be if the investment rate were the same as that the United States had during the Reagan years. This is a toxic combination that increases inequality with a drop in investment and, of course, a collapse of productivity. This toxic trilogy that we see in developed countries since the 80s. If this trilogy has a industrial policy, the traditional way, the loans and awards and subsidies, who can assure that these new resources be used in the same inefficient and non-productive ways? And not using the resources have accumulated by some groups. A report, a McKinsey report that was just out, shows that the financing in the world, but especially in developed countries, is in such a way that the increase of world stock of financial wealth, that is, the non-achievable price of financials, has increased from the year 2000 until 2020 in $160 trillion. $160 trillion. Just so that you see the amount of zeros that you have to add to 160 to get to 160 trillion. The nominal value of wealth in the world has grown at this digit. And of course, we're talking about the Western countries and Europe and the United States and other countries have seen some stagnation. In this industrialized world, where those mergers and acquisitions have received $140 trillion were equity funds. Today, a group of small investors own 1/4 of the stocks in the United States. So this ratio of rentalization that assures us that if we do industrial policies in terms of subsidies, loans, using the same resources that the countries that use those resources in a non-productive way, show where the problem is. The basic point is that today an industrial policy cannot be the type of subsidies or incentives. Today, there are many incentives so that things go better, both in Latin America and advanced countries. But there's market opportunities that sometimes people don't use because our economies generate alternatives that are much easier and more profitable. Therefore, an industrial policy, both in the north and south, must have a strong component of conditionality. Any change that benefits anyone has to come with the condition of export rates and investment rates. In other words, that was the secret of the industrial policy in Korea and most of the Asian countries. Now, there are conditions for growth. They had benefits the same as any big companies in Latin America. But the white credits and all benefits that Hyundai granted, it was very similar to grants in Latin America, were associated to conditions. Is this, if they did not report the 1/3 of the products, they would be rid of those benefits. So there was this threat. If the conditions are not met of the industrial policies, these gains could be rid of them. So you see what they did to be more specific as to inequality. Look at this inequality in the market. Germany and Chile. In Chile, it was, or in Germany, it was very egalitarian. In Chile, it was like it was today. The inequality German is worse than the market, and even worse than Latin America's. And this is the average Latin America. And Brazil and Haiti are the only countries, and Germany and the rest of the Latin American countries have rates similar to European countries. It's Gini 50 or more. So what do they want to show with this growth of inequality? Look at the investment rate as a percentage of the German GDP. When Germany had a low inequality rate, its investment rate was about 30% today. With a high inequality, market inequality, such as in Chile, we see the investment rate as a percentage of GDP is similar to Latin America's, no more than 30%. If we look at growth rates in terms of productivity, when you see that when this inequality was low, it was 4 or 5 percentage points. Now that the rate is as high as Latin America's, the inequality growth is almost zero, the same as Latin America. In other words, what happens in those countries is a process that I call Latin Americanization, in the sense that if one looks at the United States, the relation between private investment to how much 10% the richer part of the population takes in the Reagan era, the private inversion was almost half of what the 10% richer received. They are very similar rates of Mexico, Argentina, Brazil. In other words, what happened in advanced countries is that this toxic trilogy of high inequality, low investment, and practically no growth in productivity. So what industrial policy are we to design to rid those countries of this toxic trilogy? It's similar to ours. Low investment rates, low productivity. In Brazil, the last year, the World Bank, it was only 15% of GDP and productivity zero. In other words, developed countries have moved in the same kind of toxic trilogy that I call it Ricardian. This trilogy of low investment, low productivity, what kind of industrial policy are they going to use to transform this trilogy into a positive trilogy of low inequality and
Gabriel.
if we look at Brazil, where the 10% richer have 60% of the income, really we need to give more resources, these 10%, to have its share of income go over 6%, just like in Chile, which is over 60%. So really what we need in terms of industrial policy is to give more incentives, transfer more financial resources to the same group that today use resources, especially the added ones that they had during this period, which was not so productive. And here is the challenge we have ahead. My colleagues talked about inequality issues and economic stagnation. Now, of course, they are interconnected. If we look, for example, what is the challenge of Chile in terms of improving the wealth distribution? The blue line is the inequality in the market. The green line is the available investments. If Chile wants to improve its inequality rate, you have to do what Switzerland, Italy, or Germany do. That is, which is a pension kind of funds. They spend 25% of GDP in policies of social security. This is what we need to improve our income and our growth. Brazil should look at Taiwan or Korea. They market unemployment is approximately 30 in Chile, which corresponds to 1.2. That is, the 10% richer earn more or less the same as the 40% poorer. Let's look for a productive strategy that not only takes out of this problem, but generate a more egalitarian distribution. Otherwise, no. Or look for a social democratic solution. They do in Europe, which is to spend a lot of money in social security and let the market as high as always. And when I say high, it's not only the high groups receive high incomes, like in the United States, 1% receive $2 trillion year by year. But the problem is the use they do with the resources. That is, industrial policy has to look in detail at the efficiency of the resources that are going to those groups. How to transform the non-productive use of those resources in financial casino, in all sorts of things that everybody knows about, in which they buy companies, groups that buy their own companies, conglomerates that change companies from sector to sector. That is, are they going to continue with this industrial policy? Are they still going to use the extra resources, increasing inequality? Or are we to some countries, emerging countries like Korea and Taiwan do, that generated a productive strategy in which the trilogy was totally the opposite of advanced countries in Latin America, the low market inequality, high investments that increases productivity. In other words, the Ricardian challenge that we have in front of us, I call it Ricardian because everything that I say is part of his writings. The challenge is how to change the toxic trilogy today, which is to change into a progressive trilogy growth, which some countries have achieved. It was similar. that we experience, to domesticate finance, to do a macro economy that basically forced capital to be invested in a productive way instead of otherwise. Well, let's transform the economic relations in such a way that we can get to this positive trilogy, which is high productivity, high investment, and high employment? Or should we go and follow high inequality and low employment and low productivity? I'm the first one pro industrial policies. Of course, we have to go for industrial policies, but it's not all industrial policies that are going to work. One that changes the interest rate or subsidies to do things well. I believe this is a industrial policy that here in Latin America, after 40 years of stagnation with the low investment rates, should we have an industrial policy that Asian countries that went forward the positive trilogy? It's not only talking about industrial policy, but what kind of industrial policy can condition and force the productive use of the resources that high income
Professor Wade, is that okay? Because he's waiting here. Okay. Thank you, Gabriel. It's a wonderful presentation. Obrigado, Gabriel. Foi uma apresentação maravilhosa.
It was a brilliant presentation. Thank you very much.
Cansado, né? Português.
You have the stage.
Well, I'm really sorry to cut Gabriel off. He clearly could have broken the world record for uninterrupted speech. I compliment him at the potential. My talk complements the talks that we've already had. I want to begin with what happened when one day in 2015, when I was sitting in my office at LSE reading the Financial Times, and I saw a chart in the Financial Times which really caused me to be in shock. It was a chart of Brazil's export composition in 2020 and in 2014, so only 14 years later. And the chart brought out very clearly the dramatic change that had happened between 2000 and 2014, namely a big fall in the composition of manufactured goods in Brazil's exports and a big increase in the share of agricultural and primary commodities like iron ore and coffee and so on in Brazil's exports. And I thought immediately to myself, because I'd done a lot of work on East Asia, Northeast Asia in particular, Japan, Korea, and Taiwan, that this case of Brazil clearly makes this dramatic change in the composition of exports, clearly makes the case for industrial policy, for the Brazil government to try to incentivize private producers to move into activities which were more promising for long-term growth in manufacturing than short-term profit maximizers in the private sector were already doing. They were going into agriculture and the other primary sectors. And that was no recipe, as Gabriel has brought out, for longer-term growth. So that's what I thought. This was a case where Brazil needs industrial policy. The problem is, as I knew then and know now very well, that until very recently, the very words industrial policy or industrial strategy were toxic. You were not allowed to say those words when I worked in the World Bank in the 1980s and the 1990s. You were certainly not allowed to publish anything with those words, industrial policy, in the text or in the title. The dominant ideology, and it was an ideology, it wasn't just economic science, was expressed by Ronald Reagan, for example, in his inaugural talk of 1980, where he said, government is not the solution to our problems, government is the problem. Or again, another favorite saying in the World Bank, in the IMF, in the American economics profession, and other such places, also in developing countries, another favorite saying was, quote, the best industrial policy is none at all. That actually was a saying of Gary Becker, the American Nobel Prize winner in economics. The best industrial policy is none at all. Another slogan was, the government can't pick winners. The government picks losers. And yet again, here's another one. Markets are best for America, and what is best for America is best for the world. Let me repeat that, because this encapsulates the essence of the neoliberal ideology. Markets are best for America, and what is best for America is best for the world. And The Economist magazine has agreed for the whole length of its 1.5 centuries of existence. The Economist magazine very much promulgates that kind of ideology. So now let me do this. Okay, so now industrial strategy is recently back in good currency. Some examples. In 2019, two IMF economists, but heterodox economists within the IMF, and there are a few heterodox economists within the IMF, published an IMF working paper. So this is a low status IMF publication, not a high status publication, called The Return of the Policy That Shall Not Be Named. The Return of the Policy That Shall Not Be Named, namely, and then they went on to subtitle it Principles of Industrial Policy. Another example, just very recently in the last few weeks, Andy Haldane, the former chief economist of the Bank of England, was quoted in the Financial Times saying, the world is going bananas on industrial strategy. Everybody's talking industrial strategy. We must have industrial strategy. Another example, a more measured statement from 2022, OECD economists saying horizontal policies, that is interventions available to all firms and which include business framework conditions which apply to all firms, are increasingly questioned. That's the key phrase, are increasingly questioned. The case for governments to more actively direct the structure of production of the business sector is gaining traction. So that is striking from what has been a very conservative organization, and pro-market organization, namely the OECD. So the question then is why this return of industrial policy to good currency? And the short answer is that it is driven mainly by US-China rivalry. The intensifying competition between the US and China for technological, military, and economic preeminence really does threaten the future of humanity. And just let me remind you of the state of tension between the US and China. This photo of the so-called Chinese spy balloon floating over the United States and delaying its movement over American military bases, according to the US. And so the US Air Force shot it down, you will remember, in February 2022. And that just is a low point in the relations between the US and China. Ever since then, communication at the high levels of government between the US and China has almost stopped, with just a few exceptions in the last few weeks. And to put the US fear of China into perspective, let me quote from a US congressional document. So this is a document produced in 2022 by the Congressional Research Service. And it makes very clear that almost the top US foreign policy objective is to prevent the emergence of regional hegemons in Eurasia, or a regional hegemon, which is to say China. And I'm just going to quote this briefly. The document says that most of the world's people, resources, economic activity are located not in the Western Hemisphere, but in the other hemisphere, particularly Eurasia. It does not define Eurasia, but it's pretty clear that it means from Britain to Japan. And it goes on to say that US policymakers for the past several decades have pursued as a key element of US national strategy a goal of preventing the emergence of regional hegemons in Eurasia. This objective rests on two key judgments. First of all, a regional hegemon in Eurasia, because Eurasia is so important in terms of people, resources, and economic activity, a regional hegemon in Eurasia would represent a concentration of power large enough to be able to threaten vital US interests. And secondly, Eurasia is not dependably self-regulating in terms of preventing the emergence of regional hegemons. In other words, nobody in Eurasia is going to stop the emergence of a regional hegemon, read China. So Eurasian states may need assistance from one or more countries, read the United States, to be able to do this independently, to stop the emergence of China, basically, is what that comes down to. And it's not, all this has become much more intense in the last few years, because AI is beginning to supercharge this US-China rivalry, making it still more dangerous. There's an international arms race underway in militarized AI, and in particular, it is clear now that it has become possible for the first time in history for an adversary to destroy almost 100% of its opponents. Previously, destruction, even with nuclear weapons, was limited by, for example, geography. But now AI weapons make it possible to destroy on a much more comprehensive scale. And then if you think that the engineering difficulties of quantum computing, making quantum computing accessible at scale, if you think that they will be solved, or when they will be solved, because they will be solved, then this combination between super powerful processing capacity from quantum computing plus very much more efficient algorithms from AI, this will make things still more dangerous for the future of humanity. So I'm aware that time is limited. I'm going to skip some of these slides and go straight on to Biden's response. So Biden's response in terms of industrial policy takes the form in particular of two acts which were passed in Congress in the summer of last year. We've referred to them already. The CHIPS and Science Act, which is about increasing production of computer chips in the United States. And secondly, the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, or IRA, which is actually not about inflation. It's a green investment act to accelerate green investments, such as renewable energy, electric vehicle production, and so on. Biden says that these two acts have three main objectives. First of all, to strengthen the US hand against China. Secondly, to expand middle-skill, middle-class jobs so as to reduce the very dangerous levels of income and wealth inequality in the United States. And just as a figure, the case in point, the top 1% in the US wealth distribution owns 35%. This is the latest estimate, 35% of national wealth. Just imagine that. How can the US be a stable democracy with the top 1% of wealth owners owning 35%, more than 1/3 of national wealth? And the third objective in these industrial policy acts is climate, that is to cut greenhouse gases and strengthen adaptation. So, but the main objective is clearly to slow down China's progress, to contain China, especially in chips and AI and quantum computing, and to accelerate US progress. The Biden administration, also the Trump administration before, talked a lot about decoupling from China, deglobalization. The Europeans have recently persuaded the Biden government to drop this language of decoupling and instead to talk about de-risking, which sounds much more diplomatic, let us say. So these policies use tariffs, investment restrictions on US firms in China, on Chinese firms in the US. They use export controls on high-tech exports to China. But in addition to those fairly standard instruments, Biden has also made huge subsidies available to businesses and consumers to adopt green technologies. Not only to adopt green technologies, but also products made mostly or largely in the United States. In other words, there's a strong Buy American provision in Biden's industrial policies. And in terms of chip production, the aim is to shift chips, advanced chips, in their production from Taiwan and from China and get them into production in the United States. So let me just bring out a point that's implicit in what I've been saying. There are three aims to Biden's industrial policy, and the two of them, that is strengthening the middle class and combating climate change, these are long-standing policy objectives which have not produced much of a government intervention response. What has produced a government intervention response is the sense of a national security threat from China. And almost the only thing the Republicans and Democrats will cooperate on in Congress is the objective of containing China, containing the rise of China. And as part of all this, it was essential to get bipartisan support, that the acts gave out large subsidies, didn't just use tariffs and export controls and so on, but gave out large subsidies. That helped to get bipartisan support. And secondly, Buy American was also very important for getting bipartisan support. So in terms of how this is working so far, it seems to be working, at least in a specific sense. US overall factory construction is flat, but new construction in electronics is really booming. And now the pressure is on in Washington to expand the scope of these industrial policy measures to include other sectors, such as shipbuilding, such as pharmaceuticals, such as other sectors too. So let me talk about the European, Japanese, South Korean reaction to US industrial policy. And in a word, they are angry. They see Washington's industrial policies, subsidies, as a new form of competition that hurts their own economies. Why? Because the US subsidies will draw and are drawing producers in those countries, Japan, Korea, and the EU, to move production into the United States in order to get access to these subsidies. And they worry about the danger of a race to the bottom on tax incentives and subsidies. So just as an example, in terms of the industrial policy on clean energy and electric vehicles, President Macron said to Senator Manchin just in January of this year, "You are hurting my country," that is, you are hurting France by having these subsidies for clean energy and electric vehicles. Brussels so far has provided very little by way of matching subsidies to compete with the US ones. And the reason is because, as is said, the European Commission is a regulatory superpower and a budgetary dwarf. That is to say, it has only a relatively small budget, certainly compared to the American federal budget. So it finds itself very constrained, that is, the European Commission finds itself very constrained in matching American subsidies. But what Brussels has done is to waive its rules limiting member states' use of state aid. So individual states of the European Union can give state aid on a much bigger scale than they were allowed to under European Union rules in the past. And so that is basically the European response so far. And the US, and Japan and the EU are pushing back quite hard against the US thrust to decouple from China. And so both sides of the Atlantic are finding it very difficult to reach a consensus on how to relate to China. The US is pursuing by far the most aggressive path to decouple from China, despite their switch to this de-risking language. That is, to decouple from China in terms of advanced technologies, not from everything, but from advanced technologies. And then Washington worries that if it limits US firms investing in China, if it tries to restrict Chinese access to US technologies, then that will only actually end up benefiting German, French, Japanese firms, unless firms from those countries are equally constrained as American firms are. So you can see why there is a lot of tension in the transatlantic relationship over subsidies, over the industrial policies more generally. And, whoops, let me go back. It may be that they can reach some kind of compromise around this friendly-sounding phrase, friend-shoring, as a kind of a compromise. The aim, what they're saying on both sides of the Atlantic, we have a common aim to build more redundancy in those supply chains that have the potential to be weaponized. And friend-shoring is part of that overall strategy. That means trade with countries that have shared values rather than trade with the entire world. And the thought is, the calculation is that it balances the economic efficiencies of global integration with the security and resilience benefits of lessening the influence of rival or hostile states. So in other words, friend-shoring focuses economic integration on the economies of allies. So let me come in just my last few minutes to how all this affects developing countries. And the bottom line is that this change in policy consensus in Washington and in Brussels in favor of the idea of an industrial policy gives scope for developing country governments to use industrial strategy with less hostility, less censure, less criticism from both sides of the Atlantic than was the case in the past. Also less criticism in particular from the World Bank and the IMF. But remember, there is still in those multilateral organizations, but also in those North Atlantic governments, there is still strong feeling that developing countries, at least, which have weak states, so it is said, should not do industrial policy. And So this is the bottom line. As I just said, the power in the North Atlantic, say to developing countries, still, you should not do industrial policy. And that raises the question, what is the record of developing countries in general under the influence of the Washington Consensus, under the influence of structural adjustment lending, under the influence of neoliberal economics, which developing countries have been under for the past 40 and more years. Let me just show you some charts by way of finishing, which substantiate what Gabriel Palmer was arguing about. So this is another one of those charts that caused me a great big shock, because let me just explain it. It shows the percentage by region, by 6 regions of the South. It shows the percentage of their regional average income relative to that of the average of the North. So the North being Western Europe, North America, and Japan. So if over this time, 1970 through till today, if there was catch-up, if there was income convergence, if the South was gaining, or even if any one region was gaining on the North, catching up, reducing its income gap, then the lines would go from the bottom left through to towards the upper right. Well, you can see the trend. There is no such trend. The lines are flat. That is, developing country regions in 1970 developing country regions today have the same relative income to that of the North as they had in 1970. And that is absolutely shocking in terms of all this talk, half a century of effort at economic development, but it has not produced at this very aggregate level any degree of catch-up. And the second main point to take from this chart is how low all of the regions are relative to the average income of the North. That is, all of them. Latin America is the top. I think it's green. I'm colorblind, but I think it's green at the top, not the yellow line. That's Latin America. Latin America is the highest, and it's only about 20%. It ends up 20% of that of the North. So only a fifth of that of the North is the average income of Latin America. Let me show you Brazil. So while Latin America as a whole has been flat from 1970 through till today, Brazil has made a slight gain in terms of its average income relative to that of the average of the North, but it's a gain from about 7% in 1970. So let me repeat. In 1970, Brazil's average income was 7% of that of the North, and now it is about, it's less than 20%. So there's been some increase in Brazil's average income relative to the North, whereas Latin America in general has been just flat, no increase. So you can say that Brazil has done better than the average of Latin America, but it's a very small amount of doing better. And I'll just show you now, just very quickly, these slides show not regions, but individual countries grouped by region. And it's basically the same measure. That is the percentage of each country's average income relative to that of the US. In this case, it's the US, not the North. And I'll just go through these very quickly. And the basic message for you to get across is that essentially over the past half century, there's been very little economic development in terms of income in the whole of what we call the South of the world economy. The world economy remains highly bifurcated into 2 tiers, the North and the South. So this is Latin America. This is South Asia. This is Africa. This is Russia and Eastern Europe. And here comes the one partial exception, which is East Asia. The top 4 countries are Northeast Asia, that is Japan, Korea, Taiwan, and Singapore, and the bottom ones are Southeast Asia. So there's been some catch-up in East Asia, but in Southeast Asia, not very much. Okay, so I'm going to stop at that point, but I leave you with this basic point that after half a century of all this talk, all this investment in economic development, there's been remarkably little catch-up in the South in terms of income. There's been catch-up in terms of non-income like life expectancy, but not in terms of income. And that suits the interests of the North very well. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor Wade. Obrigado, Professor Wade.
Thank you, Professor Wade. Now I'm going to pass the floor on to our panel members. Besides comments, there will be questions both for Professor Palmer and Robert Wade. I'm going to begin by Luciana. Luciana, please.
I would like to make some comments regarding some advantage that Brazil has currently. The country has a combination of some advantage that are not common to other countries in the world. In terms, we have efficiency in our wind capacity, in our solar capacity, we have hydropower, we have biomass and biofuels, we have the largest forest in the world and the largest biodiversity. We are a kind of oasis of natural resources, but we are facing the challenges of the Inflation Reduction Act. Because despite the advantage that we have, if we don't have capital to materialize those advantages in growth in our economic, Brazil will lag behind like in the past. So in your opinion, what kind of mistakes should we avoid? Some mistakes that we already committed in the past, investing in some industries where we do not have advantage to make it happen, and what can we do in order to materialize, to take advantage of all of those things and materialize in GDP growth, increase of productivity, and increase in jobs? That's pretty much what I would like to hear from you.
Well, how much time? But the fact of the matter is that I don't know Brazil nearly well enough to be able to prescribe beyond a very general level. And I've been talking at that general level. I find it very difficult to imagine that Brazil is going to substantially improve income performance. Remember, from 1970, its average income was 7% of that of the North, and now, all that time later, 1970 through till today, it's 17% that of the North. So the performance has not been very good, and it seems to me that it is obvious that Brazil and academics and think tanks should be seriously exploring the construction of a national industrial strategy and assembling a large number of people, but also, that is, experts, but also consulting in citizen assemblies and the like to bring in a wide range of people to contribute to this project of making a national industrial strategy. It should not be done just up at the top by a small group of experts. But beyond that, I think I won't take up more time because I just don't feel well enough informed.
Thank you.
Thanks, Professor Wade. Now I'll move to... Yes, André Clark will make a question for you, Gabriel. He will do it now. So I'll move to you, André, please.
A very simple question, Professor Gabriel. Would you believe that, the new situation that Professor Robert just mentioned, which is the global tension, let's call it, plus the climate change tension is a way of designing new industrial policies in the way to reduce the toxic trilogy that you just mentioned. Is there a way or a hope to design new industrial policy that makes us more equal, more productive, and certainly do a lot of investment when we look at fighting climate change and certainly protect our country's sovereignty by being able to produce what we want? Is that a way forward?
Please, Gabriel, it's with you now. Yes.
Voy a contestar a las dos preguntas.
I'm going to answer
Can I speak
the
in English
two
or in
questions. Should I speak English or Spanish? You can choose. You can choose either English or Spanish. Spanish, please. Spanish.
Bueno, pero entonces no escuchar la opción porque si no confunda. Mira, voy a contestar las dos muy brevemente. Primero,
I'm going to be very brief. First of all,
corten el traductor para mí. Mire, si miramos las brechas productivas, pero ahora no como lo hacía Robert, de ingreso por habitante, sino por productividad promedia de un trabajador, tenemos que hoy día Brasil, la productividad promedia del trabajador brasilero respecto a Estados Unidos es exactamente la misma que tenía Brasil en los años 50. Todo el crecimiento, toda la cerrada
the growth or the bridging the gap that we had, we do not see now how the growth of income growth in Brazil, just like Robert has mentioned, there is a certain advancement in Brazil. When we measure average productivity of a Brazilian worker vis-a-vis the United States, today Brazil is in the same place as it was in the 1950s. Now, the same as Mexico and Chile. It's not that Brazil is different from the rest of Latin America. Look at how these Asian countries have bridged the gap. So the question is, Brazil has so many advantages, and of course, Brazil has a lot of upsides, but the question is why Brazil has not used them, and why Brazil produces the same thing as it produced in the 1950s. If we do not understand the dimension of the challenge, I don't think we're never going to get out of the quagmire we've been in. And the second question, if this change, geopolitical change, is this going to help us? Well, the only advantage we have, I guess, is that we can look at the China-US conflict and maybe profit from it. Remember that it was $220 million or $1 billion. Today is $500 billion. That is the trade between those two countries. And the trade with China was from $12 to $500 billion, almost $1 trillion. China has lent over $150 billion to Latin American countries. And some of the Central American countries are under the Chinese infrastructure plan. We have to know how to get most of both sides, China and the US. Thank you, Gabriel, for your answers. We are about to wrap up. I'd like to thank Professor Robert Waite for his brilliant presentation. Also to thank Professor Gabriel Palma for his very comprehensive presentation, and to thank Luciana de Klerk for the great comments that helped grace our event today. Thank you so much, everyone. We'd like to thank the panel members and kindly ask them to return to their seats in the auditorium. Thank you so much. And now, going on with our event, we're going to begin the panel Financing for the Industry Development. We'd like to invite Rafael Silvoni, President of CIESP, to be a moderator. Debaters, José Luis Gordon, Director of Productive Development, Innovation, Foreign Trade at BNDES. Ronaldo Gomes Carmona, Advisor to the Innovation Board of FINEP. Ricardo Brito, President of Desenvolve SP. And Gabriel Galípolo, Secretary of the Minister of Finance. So the panel is going to be discussing financing for industrial development. The maintenance of high interest rates have led to the impoverishment of the grid. High interest rate stopped the industries to invest in order to keep productivity. We have to face those hostile environments. A strong industry is a strong country. Well, the aim of this panel is to discuss the role of development banks and capital banks in the development of industry and economic development. What are the instruments and adjustments necessary to support productive investment? Rafael Silvoni, you have the floor. Well, good afternoon, everyone. We're going to begin our panel today. We're going to go straight into the questions. But before, I'd like to say that we have conducted a survey about investment choices that can serve as a backdrop to all of us. We have consulted over 500 industries between March and April, and industry investment tends to go down this year. Companies said that they should reduce investments by 5%. Last year to 4.5% this year, remembering that the average on 22 was below the average, historical average between 2018 to 2022. Investment in machinery and installations should be the most responsible aspect for this lowering. It will go from 4% to 3% this year. Although this perspective of involvement reduction, it should increase in some companies. They are going to double the investment of public investment from 4.5 to 9%. We also surveyed the perception and knowledge of companies about our bank. Within the main results, companies that use or try to access the bank wish 57.5% need more grace period, 44% capitalization with the interest rate together with the real capacity to pay, 34.1% want a more agile processes of hiring, 34% wish to have a pre-approved limit to finance projects like BNDES card. So we're going to begin now with Galípolo. And then it goes straight to what President Josué said in the beginning. The market has had wrong expectations as to inflation. For example, for the 12 months of May 22, April 23, the expectation was 5.5%. Nonetheless, the PCA was much lower than that, 4.2%. Even with this result, better than expected, the reduction of Selic has not gone underway with this tax reform being passed by the Congress. What do you think the expectation of government will be as to when the central bank will reduce the Selic interest rates? Well, we don't have plenty of time, so we decided to go straight to the questions. Well, I'm trying to think of a politically correct joke. As executive secretary, and I'm going to, I was invited to work for central bank, so perhaps it's not so proper to make a comment here. But what I want to say is that I'm still a secretary at the Ministry of Finance of São Paulo. What we have seen since the beginning of Fernando Haddad mandate, there was a skepticism which is legitimate. If we take, for example, the 12th, that was the first time that said that reduced primary deficit to 1%, from 2 to 1%. The market was skeptical with the liberalization of fuels, with this tax framework and other things. The skeptics were overcome. What we have seen today, and I like to look at those surveys, but also to look at the prices of assets. And that's where the money goes really into. If we look at what has been happening with the exchange rate, and of course we can see that the real gained value, so the interest rates that have been dropping day by day. If we look at the second half of next year, we're going to see a rate next to 10%, which involves market expectations with 350 base points in interest rates in the next few months. That's market expectation. If we look at implicit inflation, if we compare bonds, it's below 5%. So when Minister Fernando Haddad talks about harmonizing the tax and other policies, he means that we should have an environment where the prices of assets allow the interest rates that may produce results for our economy and our society. Adding to what you said, there's another topic which is very relevant to companies, and considering that our industries, middle-sized industries, have a tax burden in CSLL 2.5 times more than the tax burden of big companies. They represent 22% in the total of industries and employ 42% of the total workers. They generate 45% of salaries. They account for 45% of goods and capital and do not take advantage of stimulus and tax breaks. What does the government say in terms of adopting mechanisms of deceleration? And here is just a comment. According to the calculations, this measure would reduce the cost of investment in around 30%. It would have the potential to increase the gain of capital gains of up to 35% and can generate a fiscal gain of up to 2 billion reais because of the stimulus. That is more demand for equipment, would increase productivity, more employment, and more income, thus more tax collection. In those 4 to 5 months, I did not learn so much, but I know that announcements in policy, economic policy changes are done by the Minister and the President of the Republic. But I was close to Fiesp and my friend Josué, who invited me here to be part of 2 boards. And along this process, we have discussed together with my friend Igor a series of topics that are relevant to the country, among them the topic of tax reform, especially addressing and see how disproportionate it is in its GDP participation. This is something we have discussed a lot here in Fiesp since the arrival of Minister Haddad. He has put as one of the priorities, and also he counts with the support of both presidents of the Senate and the Chamber of Deputies. They have the wish to put the tax reform to vote as fast as possible. So we want to guarantee with this more competitiveness to the Brazilian industry. Now, Brito, you know that we have a project, and Senai, Sebrae, Fiesp, Ciasp, it's a joint project, which is the journey of digital transformation. Here we are inserting 40,000 companies in digitalization. It is a path that since July to now was able to insert 4,000 companies. Certified projects by Senai have lower rates. There is a way to extend this model for ESG projects? And is it possible not to charge such taxes that is in terms of 60 months on average, 5% the size of operation? This is valid for Digitaliza Line São Paulo and for other lines, credit lines for Desenvolve São Paulo. Well, before I'd like to talk about long-term interest rate. There is an exercise that I usually do, which is the following. The recovery rate post-default is 81%. After 1 year, the recovery rate post-default in Brazil is 18%. So it's 81 in reverse. What does this basically mean? Well, if the agency in the United States wishes to have to run the risk, it needs 2 points percentage of spread to preserve the capital. If the Brazilian financial agent is willing to run 10% of risk of default, it will need 9 percentage points of spread to preserve the capital. So the actual interest rate in Brazil is high because of legal uncertainty. The problem here lies not on the banks. What I'm warning here basically is that the long-term interests in Brazil are not going to drop a lot while legal uncertainty is not addressed. What us as a development agency can do? Let's leave this problem to a national agenda, and because we are a national agency, may try to solve this problem with this guaranteeing fund. This fund acts like this. The financial agents can be assured that he or they will have this money back. So they can have lower interest. But this guarantee fund has a cost. So we can do different things. We can have a guarantee fund that guarantees 80% of the loan. We can leverage this fund by 8 times. Instead of 100 in a traditional loan, we can go up to 1,000 in terms of credit line. So this guaranteeing fund does this miracle, but it has a price. If we do not charge a rate, this fund will be extinguished. It is necessary to have a state policy. Let's foster innovation, and it makes all sense. Fostering innovation, if FINEP is here with us, if we do that, we are going to increase productivity, generate employment and income. So this is an agreement. Let's do it as a state policy. And then we are able to study ways to subsidize these guaranteeing funds, which I think it's a very adequate and timely action. This has to be done together with other secretariats. Otherwise, we cannot preserve our capital in the agency. Well, FINEP, now Carmona, a question for you. How do you see the strategy of BNDES for FGI? Or, sorry, he says, I mixed up the questions here. He says, the recent measure that changed the TJLP by TF, we've all been celebrating this change. And FINEP, will FINEP extend this measure to fundings or financing already contracted? Yes. This has been already in practice as to the ongoing contracts, and will be applied the new TR, which is a major achievement. Unlike BNDES that changed to TLP, FINEP used TJLP throughout those years, but now the cost of loans TJLP that could go up to 9.9. With the TR, it goes down to 5.3. This is one of the government's measures related to lowering the price of credit that impacts a lot in terms of financing and innovation. To this measure, adopting TR, there's another measure, which is the integral recomposing the National Fund for Science and Technology, which is a fund of the Brazilian state geared at innovation. After many years, we are having back all this fund again. We're talking here about 10 billion reais for exclusively for innovation and technology. This is a positive point that I wanted to bring up. It seems that we have new conditions to fund innovation in the country. After all, with NFCT, it will allow us not only to employ half of this fund in cheap credit, that is the credit of to 5.3 is actually the least expensive credit that we have in Brazil. The more intense the innovation action, the lower the credit line. At the same time, the reduction of NFCT allows the use of another instrument, which is highly important to develop critical technologies in Brazil, which is economic subvention, non-reimbursable. And I'd like just to add and say that there's a new strategy of science, technology, innovation in Brazil is being formed. Recently, Luciana Santos, the Ministry for Innovation and Technology, launched the guidelines that foresee the support of those resources, especially in its biggest part for big structural projects in Brazil, besides what has been discussed with BNDES, which is to resume the Innova plan. President Mercadante mentioned about this, the composition of resources. Gordon is going to talk about this. We had the news that BNDES is going to have some resources with TR rates that will allow the composition of resources for a great program to foster innovation in companies. In brief, I believe a positive scenario is there to finance innovation in our country. And now, the same question to Gordon. The question was for you, what BNDES strategy for FGEI, and also will the bank be able to facilitate access to your financing?
But first I would like to make a quick comment for you to understand. When President Mercadante says that BNDES is back, it is back to support industry. BNDES will be the bank to foster new industry, more modern industry. In between 2000 and 2010, 40% of the funds of BNDES went to the industrial sector. In the last 6 years, this dropped to 8%. Last year, it was less than 0.5% of the funds that went to industry. In 2010, the BNDES allocated billions of dollars for exports. Last year, it was only in millions of dollars. BNDES is coming back to support the industrial sector. This will allow industry innovate, invest, and export. And this is one of the reasons why we are here. So I would like to make a few comments on some of the important topics that were raised here. Though, first of all, yesterday the Senate approved the TR interest rate for innovation in digitalization of the bank. This was a partnership with the Ministry of Finances with the support of Executive Secretary Galípolo. And this means that for the next 4 years, 20 billion will be available at an interest rate of 2%. So what used to be an 18% interest rate will now drop to 2%. So 20 billion from BNDES and another 20 billion from the funds. That means 40 billion reais has been allocated to innovation. And this funding, if it's well organized and well distributed, will take the country to another level. We also launched a credit line of 2 billion reais in order to enable companies to invest, so that these companies will get their receivables in dollar terms, and the companies will only undertake the cost of the spread, and this will result in a very low rate to invest in Brazil, will enable companies to buy machines and equipment, expand their output capacity, and this credit line will be expanded as demand rises. And some other actions are also in the pipeline, and it's important to comment on this. Alexandre Abreu will comment on these new credit lines later on. But he conducted a financial re-engineering, and now there is 21 billion for small and medium-sized companies. So this is another credit line. So this will help the SMEs and the mid-sized companies to invest. And as a result, the economy will rebound in terms of growth. I have a question from the audience. Do you think you'll be able to adopt the digital bank model, meaning that operations will be conducted directly without going through on-lending agents? I think I will ask Alexandre to answer this question at the next panel discussion, but BNDES has worked with a lot of synergy with FEBRABAN, which is the National Federation of Banks, so that all of this can be centralized. And you're also working internally to be a more digital bank. So yes, we want to be a digital bank, and this will do away with lots of red tape. And of course, the BNDES will avail itself of the capillarity that exists due to the framework of the Brazilian banking system. We're also negotiating with National Sinai the copy of the model of this digital newsletter so that it becomes a national policy focusing on the digitalization of small and medium-sized companies. So this will copy the successful program that was implemented in São Paulo. And finally, I will talk about exports now. It's an initiative that's very dear to me. I know that we're very tight in terms of times, but we have 40 bills of law to forbid the BNDES from supporting exports. In 100 countries around the world have similar institutions as the BNDES that provide support to the export sector. BNDES and its policies, the BNDES must have this kind of policy. India, China, Korea have the public support, which corresponds to more than 10% of the export industry in countries like the US, Canada, and the developed countries. This means 2 to 3%. Here in Brazil, the support of the government to exports is 0.2%. So how can the industrial sector will be able to gain market share and export without some kind of support from the government? And this is what the BNDES intends to do, is to provide more support to the export industry. Well, I would like to go back to what you said, because these are part of the discussions that we have. This is an ongoing discussion. This is a great question, but we have to solve this problem. The president of the Senate was here last week, and we're analyzing a mechanism via the Senate that would allow us to finance our companies so that they could export products to Argentina and get paid in reais, in reals, the Brazilian reals, and not in dollars. Okay, this is in line with what you were commenting. No, I would also like to tell you that BNDES cut in half the spreads for exports. This so went down from 1.3% to 0.5% for those who export machines. So the BNDES supporting the Brazilian exporter. This is a very important measure that was taken, and we will continue doing so. About the negotiations with Argentina, we're still thinking on how to do this. The Ministry of Finance is also working on this, so we're going to see what we can do. There might be some demands, there might be some important projects in this respect, especially the ones focused on the exporting of Brazilian products. We can sell machines, equipment, plates, to export plates and tubes and valves made in Brazil. This is another issue. The idea is to sell Brazilian products, help Brazilian companies, and all of this can be paid in Brazilian reais. So this is just to show the importance of the export center for Brazil. We do not have a solution yet for the case with Argentina, but we're working on this. But above all, the message that I would like to convey to you, BNDES is back. The BNDES is back to support a more innovative industry and to help on establishing strategies in this respect. Would anybody like to make a comment? Then Galípolo, I have a question for you. What is the government's willingness to create incentives for the transformation industry? Could be something in the form of the LC, so certificates of industrial product receivables, which is, and also debentures for infrastructures. How does the government see this? This is a very special day. First of all, Fiesp is taking back its leading role that it always had, and this goes back to the person who started Fiesp, and it goes back to the time that Brazil had a leading role in terms of discussing development-related issues. And during a part of my life, a more amusing part of my life, I was a professor of contemporary Brazilian economy. And in those times, we used to learn how we would narrate this story of the Brazilian economy. It was sometimes amusing, sometimes it was boring, because there was all these repetitions where Brazil would get debts pegged to foreign currency. There were restrictions related to international liquidity, and this was the history of the Brazilian economy in the 20th century, going from one debt to another. Nonetheless, in the beginning of the 1980s, we had the most diversified industrial complex ever, but which demanded some adjustments and some changes, especially when we think about the format of this industrialization going forward. But these are challenges. We will not be able to produce a social security network because the employment relationships have changed significantly, and ecological transition is an issue that has to be dealt with. So this is what the capital markets certainly is a relevant instrument to think how we will fund all this. The capital markets has grown enormously in the last few years, both for equity and for debt, for bonds. There is a challenge to attract investors that are more interested in different maturity terms and capital-intensive investments. We still have some restrictions to attract investors seeking the long-term gains, but all of this has to be inserted into a reasoning that is to have this ecological transition plan and this green transition plan as well. However, these are the challenges that are faced by our generation. How can we think of industry which is no longer that old-fashioned concept that existed in the past, where the industry is a factory with a smokestack in the countryside of England? No, industry now means income generation, technology, innovation, and it's applied to many sectors. We have to think about this under social, environmental sustainability, and we have to also think of how to attract the funding that is necessary and avoid mistakes made in the past, and how to attract the appropriate funders that have the duration profile that are appropriate for the needs of our country. With Secretary Jorge Lima, we traveled around the state of São Paulo together with the other sectors of Fiesp, and the major discussion in the state of São Paulo is the following: the new regional vocations. For example, think of a region of the ABCD, which lies on the outskirts of São Paulo, and which was very strong in the automobile industry, but this is no longer true. Cubatão, for instance, has a high concentration of fertilizing and chemical industries, and we're also thinking about the competitiveness, this new globalization, post-COVID, with nearshore and farshore. All of this has changed things and has also created many opportunities. How can Desenvolve São Paulo's state program, how can it help to address these issues? And do you think, linking this to FINEP, do you think that other products can be operated under this program in addition to Nova Credit? Yes, we are part of the Secretary of Economic Development. We're totally aligned with the project of the Secretary, and the idea is to tell you the following: count on Desenvolve São Paulo, because so far we have been a small agency, but now we have space to facilitate this new industrialization of São Paulo, which includes innovation and also involves solutions, such as using guarantee funds to be able to multiply our outreach. We'd also like to be more involved in equity. The traditional form has been to go into debt, but not every innovative company is able to have this renovation impetus in the industry of São Paulo. Many companies prefer equity over credit, and we also have to think of other financial engineering methods that are interesting. But our current agenda is count on us, contact us, and we're open to think of solutions that go beyond credit or other than credit, because we want to foster innovation, increase productivity, and bringing back competitiveness to most of these sectors. And of course, we want to discover these new vocations. There are so many of them. São Paulo has all these embedded vocations that could really flourish if they were supported. Carmona, how can FINEP, in your opinion, be able to create a partnership with Sebrae São Paulo along the same lines that was done with National Sebrae to build up a guarantee fund for credit operations that could leverage operations in the state, business operations in the state? I think it would be entirely possible to strengthen the partnership with Sebrae. Recently, we had conversations in this respect with the president of FINEP and the president of Sebrae in the sense of leveraging these joint actions. Actually, this has been the overall outlook which meets this challenging of anchoring reindustrialization with innovation through this broad networking amongst all the agency on all levels of government in relation to all instruments. This is what is in the pipeline for the next period. Today, we heard President Lula mentioning the novelties related to the new industrial policy, all of these which were handled by the National Council. So in general, we see this enormous convergence of initiatives. We see very clearly that the general agendas are converging towards the same objective, whether it's around issues or whether it's around the possibility of articulating different instruments. So all the agencies and all the ministers, and we have to have this broad arrangement that will be able to move forward this national innovation system based on this new industrialization impetus of the country. Thank you, Carmona. I see there are many opportunities in this respect. I think each one of us are doing a great job, but now we are no longer able to work alone. So we have to work for integrated solutions. And now I will ask Gordon. Gordon, you already mentioned this in your previous answer, but I would like to explore another detail in terms of the priorities of BNDES's actions over the next 3 years and how the transformation in industry is part of the strategy. Day before yesterday, there was news that the government will adopt an industrial policy which will focus on agribusiness, health, infrastructure, digitalization, decarbonization, defense, housing, and mobility. And so these strategic priorities, will they avail themselves of lower interest rates, as was recently the case of the funding of innovation efforts? Will there be other priorities, for example, for small and medium-sized companies? Could you say something about this?
Well, this is the role of the government, besides discussing, putting into practice innovation and industrial policies. I believe this is a role of the states. We had some debates that showed this well. Before, it was not so clear the United States would do that via NASA, and now it is clear. They are doing industrial policy just like China and now South Korea. Brazil needs to go back doing its industrial and innovation policies, and this is what Brazil is going to be doing through the Ministry of Finance. The ecological transition, SDI, are the two bases that we have discussed in the governments. There is 7 emissions together with the Ministry of Finance. have been the core of this policy. The idea is to put together all instruments. The idea is that instruments work together and to deliver the best an industry. If you put together FNAP, BNDES, and other financial tools under one big umbrella, you're able to deliver a more innovative green industry that generates more jobs and have international visibility. This is what we're building together with the government. We're going to have this participation, not only of the government, but also the civil society. This is where BNDES will be within all the innovation policies of the government, and the differences of spread will be discussed, including SMEs. Just like Desenvolve, BNDES acts in this respect. Thank you very much. The time is almost up. I would just like to ask our panel members to give the final message to our audience here. Well, my message is an optimistic one. Of course, we're living a more complex period of the international economy, complex and challenging, but Brazil has collected advantages that should be highlighted. First is that this period of an assembling of the high interest rates and others brought back some of these programs that Latin American countries used throughout the 20th century. When you look at our similar countries, Brazil has a significant upside, which is a positive legacy from President Lula previous mandates, which puts us in a different level from other countries. If we compare to developed countries, the process of increasing interest rate has led to doubts and questions about systemic crisis, with questions about it. In the case of Brazil, this does not happen. There is no any kind of threat towards the rigidity of the Brazilian financial system. With the idea of reshore, near and friendly, Brazil is an example to the world because of all the advantages it has, the size of the market, the fact that we do not have energy problems. On the contrary, we have upsides. We don't have any conflicts. And I believe that even if the world becomes more challenging, comparatively, Brazil tends to be better if compared to their peers and other investment alternatives. I foresee a positive cycle to the country, and we have never had so much in our hands to produce this change. Well, following the same line of thought of Gabriel, we are very optimistic about especially the state of São Paulo. The state of São Paulo has a huge market. We have been sought by people who are interested in investing in the state of São Paulo, both in Brazil and abroad. What we want to do in the next years is to do this crowding, to think about solutions to attract investors who want to reduce risk by investing here in Brazil. São Paulo is everybody's favorite apple in the eye, which is increase in productivity, growth, and innovation. Your final remarks, Carmona. Well, I would like just to, first of all, greet this House by conducting this seminar. Fiesp synthesizes the idea of only having a strong country if we have a strong industry. This mirrors a new consensus that Brazil may have. First, we have to look at the world as it is today, how the world is today. there is an industrial activism or a technological race to dominate some areas that will be decisive for the next historical periods. Brazil cannot give their backs to this world phenomenon. As I said, we are beginning to do our homework in the sense of preparing the basis, not only with an industrial policy which is being drafted in the CNDI under the command of MDIC, but also in the area of science and technology, which is giving the financial conditions, both TR as well as FNDCT, to, in a particular way, be able to offer several exits for some structural challenges. This is a strategy for Brazil. These strategies are very well drafted. You talked about the 7 points that are being discussed at CNDI and other points that come up, but they're all convergent. I am very optimistic about it. I believe we have the conditions that our country, little by little, creates a new consensus on the urgency of reindustrialization anchored on industrialization. In the previous cycle, we were able to get out of one of the forms of the world to become one of the major industries of the world. Thank you, Carmona. Now I pass the floor to Gordon. I'd like to wrap up by stressing what I have already said. We have to work heavily for reindustrialization or new industrialization, as our president says, and BNDES, together with our partners, will put Brazilian industry as its priority. We have several measures, actions, the credit lines for export, restructuring of IPA, NGI, and we closed a partnership with Sebrae. Sebrae wanted to become a bank, and now they are over this idea. We want to have a credit line specific for small companies. And the final message is BNDES is back, and is back to be the host of the industry, to have a more competitive and green industry. On behalf of Fiesp and CIESP, a round of applause to our panel members, to thank Gordon, Carmona, and Brito for their presence. Thank you for your presentations. We thank the participants of this panel and kindly ask them to return to the seats in the auditorium. We're going to go on with our event. We're now going to go to our panel number 5, which is strengthening small and medium-sized enterprises. Would like to invite moderator Silvio Gomide, president of COMPI at Fiesp. Welcome. And panel members, Alexandre Abreu, Financial Director for Small and Medium-Sized Companies of BNDES. José Roberto Afonso, Professor of the Doctor's Course of IDP and SEBRI. Wallace Moreno Lima, Secretary of Development, Industry, Commerce and Services of the MIDIC. And Clemente Ganslúcio, Coordinator of the Forum of Trade Associations. The transformation industry has the largest multiplying factor. Invest 2/3 of their investment in research. Without a strong transformation industry, will not be a great nation. Stable inflation and decent interest rate are necessary for a project of Brazilian growth. Strong industry and a strong country. The aim of this panel is to discuss the main challenges and the necessary mechanisms to support and strengthen SMEs. Silvio Gomide, you have the floor. Good afternoon. It's an honor to represent my entrepreneurs friends from small and medium-sized companies. These MPIs, as we call it in this house, represent 99% of enterprises. They employ around 61% of labor, contribute with 45% of the salary mass of the industry, and more than 4.4% of the GDP, which is very important to generate jobs and income distributed all over the country. Small and mid-size industries are a strong country and a strong industry. I thank you all for coming here to the House of the Industry, the House of the Entrepreneur, Fiesp and Ciesp. In the beginning, we had scheduled each one to make a brief presentation, and afterwards we go to the questions that we have collected. I'm going to pass the floor to José Roberto Afonso. You have the floor, Mr. Afonso. Good afternoon. I thank you for this invitation, and I salute Fiesp for this initiative. I was reading news that caught my attention. What happened to the Brazilian economy in the first half of the country? More than 1 million companies have been created. 1 million new companies were established, and 526,000 jobs were created in the country. 403,000 in the small and micro-sized company. What kind of country is this that creates more companies than jobs? And I believe this is all together and mixed up, especially in the time of digital economy. Job is not as synonymous with work. Work means having your own business. We talked about work floor, but I guess it would be more proper to talk about the streets, because those people who work in the streets have to become micro-entrepreneurs to survive, not even to be interpreters or entrepreneurs. You have to give them conditions to go to sub-employment to full employment. The generation of small businesses are crucial for social cohesion of Brazil. We need to have public policies that are realistic and directed to them. Unfortunately, we have not discussed this as we should, because we are still stuck to myths and untruths, like the Simples kind of tax is not as simple as it says. When I look at transformation industry and compare the taxes they pay with what they have as revenue, the Simples tax rate is 5.6, and others are 5.6 and 5.8. So the smaller the company, the more it pays. There is something wrong about it, either the concept, methodology, or debates. I believe we must debate more. The ideal situation is not to distinct presumed profit and Simples, because all of them contribute to the tax authorities. And why do we have to put them together? We need to have data. Nobody has more data in the economy than the government, but Brazilian government does not know how to use the data they have in their hands. This has to do with credit lines. In order to have credit lines, I need to have information and guarantee. In order to have them, I need data. The data, to have an unified database regardless of the unity of the government, the ministry or the entity. We need to have one single tax identification number, which would be the single identification number for credit lines and also for innovation. Innovation passes through the INPE. Nobody buys equipment. Nobody buys more equipment than the small size companies. We need to strengthen those companies if we want to sell more machinery. If we want to have a new social pact in the country, you have to look at the SMEs. 50% of the workers in Brazil are not protected at all in terms of social benefits or pension benefits. So we have a potential for this. Strengthening micro companies means strengthening the country. Before passing the floor on to Alexandre, José Roberto, I totally agree with what we said. Surveys show that for those students that are in primary education level, within 10 years, 60% of employment vacancies will cease to exist. What are these new jobs? They are the companies. This is what we believe in, and this is what we work for here at the Fiesp. And thank you, Alexandre. Now you have the floor. Good afternoon, you all. Thank you for this invitation. Congratulations on the event. BNDES, talking specifically about SMEs, has a quasi-unknown characteristic. It is well known for the big projects, supporting enormous projects that are absolutely important for the country. Nonetheless, BNDES is probably the biggest funder of small SMEs. 436,000 companies received billions of reais. Currently, 40% of reimbursement goes to SMEs. And this is through loans. When you see that BNDES manages FGI, and FGI today represents a great achievement for this sector because it is able to leverage loans for companies that otherwise would not be able to get it because of risk factors. If we consider this, BNDES loan funds 70 billion and 10 billion just last month, according to the changes we did in this funding strategy. We understand that we have a lot of opportunity to work on in terms of improving the credit for SMEs, and this goes through a reduction of interest rate, but also to improve the bank spread rate. When you take the fourth trimester of last year and you see the average interest rate for companies, Selic is 13.75, and the average rate for companies is 21% a year. When we look only at micro companies, 36% a year, that's average. Other companies pay up to 60%. So in the terms of SMEs, it is very important to reduce Selic interest rate, but even more important is to reduce the bank spread. We need to have an environment in which the spread, the bank spread, will drop. We're talking here 3 times the rate of the Selic interest rate. FGI, for example, what does it do? It takes money from the government and multiplies it by 12, this credit, guaranteeing the banks that are making loans 80% of the value. Is just like a guarantor for that operation. With this, a series of companies that would normally be candidates of the bank loans because of risk aversion, they accept those loans. The Americanas default was devastating for the market because it was a very interesting process that would transfer the risk to other companies, and the loan would get to SMEs in this productive chain. Much lower when, with the bankruptcy of the American store, the credit lines are reduced in the market. It reaches out to several companies, and more challenges arise. So among its main missions, BNDES missions, which is to improve credit lines for SMEs. Thank you, Alexandre. And we have questions that Gordon is going to make, and Wallace, welcome. You have the floor. Well, first of all, thank you all from FIESP and congratulate you on this great event. It's a very emblematic day. It is a day that we have a new government celebrating a new industry day with a very optimistic perspective. We can go ahead with the new industrialization project, having as perspectives of missions and the challenges they impose, especially when we think about two elements about missions. First, technological transformation, innovation, and the role they have in this Industry 4.0, the new kinds of jobs that are generated, the challenges to formulate the new innovation Brazilian system to try to face this great trap that we have in Brazil, which is the social contribution. And here is where SMEs come about, how to think about implementing public policies vis-a-vis overcoming these barriers. Of course, there are some barriers. When we talk about these new technological frontiers, understanding the regimes and how SMEs can act and how they can innovate, this is crucial. Also, how to articulate credit lines, since we see how difficult it is. First, these uncertainties that are within innovation, and how to contribute that so that SMEs may be able to get into this challenging scenario. At MDIC, today we are articulating with SENAI, SEBRAE, and BNDES an upgrade of Brazil, of the most productive companies in Brazil. Professor Mariano Laplan participated in this transition team, and this was a major concern, to put SMEs as fundamental and strategic players in this process. At the time that we were discussing the recover of MDIC, we were talking about reindustrialization. The Vice President Minister, Geraldo Alckmin, brings into the debate the principle of new industrialization, something that Professor Coutinho and Laplan brought at that time about the strategic role the SMEs have. This all gains more relevance. We have a specific secretariat for SMEs. At the same time, discussing all this, we have articulated with BNDES, MDIC, SEBRAE, SENAI to promote an upgrade for the most productive Brazil, the fostering digitalization at first, and then to see how SMEs be part of the smart factor. I believe these are all important factors. When we talk about new industrialization, we know the strategic role SMEs play, recognizing the market structures that are imposed with this.
This is not a coincidence. You mentioned digitalization, Wallace. The president of CSP commented in the previous panel. That he and the president of Josue had to digitalize the industries in the state of São Paulo. This project has been led by Professor Luciano Coutinho with the participation of Sinai. So the idea is to conduct the diagnosis of all companies. This is a no-cost program, and in the sense of making investments available for these industries. And this is a very ambitious goal. The idea is to analyze 40,000 industries in the course of 4 years, but I'm sure this objective will be achieved. Clemente, the floor is yours. Thank you for being here. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here in the name of the Central Sindicais. Congratulations for the quality and relevance of this panel discussions. I would like to say that this toxic environment of low productivity, low investments, drop in productivity and drop in investments, increase of inequality, it's an explosive environment when we look at the challenges of the SMEs and when we look at the effect that this toxic environment has on income and jobs and for the development of our country. Our country needs projects, our country needs a strategy, and it also needs a transformation plan. Any transformation strategy necessarily demands learning how to deal with this toxic environment that was mentioned previously. And to this end, it is necessary to come to an agreement on what the project is all about, what is the strategy, and what is the plan, what are the projects, strategies, and plans. And this politically is the result of a social agreement, of a social contract, so to speak, that Brazil urgently needs. And I expect that today's event will be an important step in this sense. But Brazil urgently needs a social contract that foster income distribution, value aggregation, and structural transformations in our country. This will have a direct impact on the productivity of SMEs on one hand, because SMEs work in an environment where the jobs are generated, where very often jobs have to go through a deep transformation, will demands increase in productivity and the aggregation of value in this productive space. And this has to happen in a smooth manner, and this demands the direct participation of workers in this endeavors. And this participation has to be based on commitments that are agreed upon during negotiation processes at the workplace. Our proposal is that Brazil has to modernize its employment relationships so that negotiation can be enhanced, that trade unions be also to be highlighted, and this will lead to the economic and social transformation of this country. I would like to leave the message that our trade unions are ready to build up the social contract, that we are willing to work to achieve this social transformation. We are ready to modernize our collective labor agreements and labor in negotiations. We can no longer wait for all of this to happen, and I certainly hope that this event will be the engine that will drive these structural changes forward. Many of these structural changes will have a great impact on the economic dynamics of SMEs. Thank you, Clemente. When our panel here was announced, we were swamped with hundreds of questions led by Renato Corona and Viviane. We were bombarded with hundreds of questions. questions from Vicente, Pedro Evangelidos, from entrepreneurs who are here with us today. And I am representing these entrepreneurs here, so that we have a very important mission, and we are sure that this will be a historical date after the President Lula and Vice President Alckmin will be here at the closing of this event. So important announcements were made this morning by President Marco Danche, and therefore this is a very important date for our country. So now let's talk about the Simples Nacional, which is a tax. We are sure that this kind of tax structure facilitates the lives of entrepreneurs. Of course, it's very important that all of this go hand in hand with the tax reform. The first question goes to Roberto Afonso. There's three quick questions. Are there international experience that are similar to Simples? What are the benefits that the Simples tax brought to SMEs? Do you agree with the fiscal with the tax waiver data announced by the federal tax authorities? Yes, most of the countries around the world have simplified tax structures for SMEs that change according to the objectives. In general, more advanced economies seek to peg these incentives to innovation, has already been mentioned today. Now, this advanced economy issue is something that I would like to comment on, and I will answer your questions shortly. But the limit of the Simples tax is way above that of the wealthy economies. And when we look at the CDE and the related data, the SME is entitled to have the special tax regime, the Simples tax, if the billings amount to 50,000 reais a year. But this threshold is for you to waive companies from paying taxes or from doing their accounts. Our Simples tax regime is much tougher than the regime of the advanced economies. Those who are in the first bracket of the Simples pay at least 2% tax, in some cases pay 4% tax. There's another issue, which is the following. Most of these SMEs do not have employees, and when they decide to go under the Simples tax regime, they contribute to Social Security program, which is calculated according to the billings or to the invoices. It's a negative waiver. So this is a question that has to be answered. And this question holds true for the countries, the companies under the Simples tax regime and the companies under the deemed taxable income regime. So all of this has to be addressed to provide the environment with legal certainty. And but there are so many uncertainties that surround the standard tax regime in Brazil. And in my opinion, the Brazilian Simples tax regime is a success. There is no waiver because we're talking about a tax treatment that is differentiated, and it is so nobody talks about the waivers granted to churches. But as I mentioned here, according to statistics published by the federal tax authorities, in many cases, this goes according to the sectors, but as a general, those who are under the deemed taxable income or under the Simples tax regime pay more taxes in proportion to what is paid by companies under the actual income regime. Once again, when we read international literature, the Brazilian case is considered as a success case in terms of formalizing the informal economy, especially when compared to other emerging economies. However, we have to go take a step beyond to reinforce what has been said here. Companies have to become digital, but above all, the government has to go digital. So it is necessary to digitalize the government, and that has nothing to do with placing the government on the internet. This is all to do with using the digital tools that are out there. So, and this, of course, entails dealing with corporations and with individual taxpayers. And this will lead to the need of building up a single database. And the single database will have a great impact not only on tax collection, but also on credit granting. But in this, if you have a single database, it will allow us to take advantage of new technology. Our artificial intelligence will bring many more benefits to SMEs than to the big companies. And we have to reduce the symmetry of information. And all of this will provide the guarantees. This will allow the credit grantor to improve the guarantees, because if you have this single database, you know who you're selling your product to, and you will pay you for this. So this is a transformation that can materialize if we use this new technology and if we really embrace digital transformation. And finally, when I say we have to make the government to go digital, Brazil has timely success cases. To begin with, the electronic elections is the biggest election process in the world, the most modern one, and above all, the least expensive one, and it's based on technology made in Brazil. The electronic voting box is something that is totally Brazilian. So we have the technical capacity and we have the resources to make this transformation materialize. What is lacking still is the political will to do so. So the members of civil society have to put pressure on the government for the government to modernize itself and bring together big corporations, SMEs, and civil society. Still about the simplest tax regime. What is the position of your secretariat to the issue of the increase in the simplest tax? So I would like to hear your opinion in this respect. We are totally in favor of the tax reform, with the perspective of increasing competitiveness, profitability, and so on. And in this sense, the Vice President, Mr. Alckmin, has acted very actively to make tax reform happen in this country. And when we talk about tax reform, one of the aspects, and it's being discussed, one of the elements that we always address is to take into consideration the specificities of the size of companies. We know about the difficulties and the limits when we consider the market structures, and we always think how a tax reform, even if we are under the perspective of a single tax, of a VAT-style tax, the supposition has to consider these specificities, not only in terms of the size of the companies, but also it has to take into consideration regional specificities, because SME in the South, the Southeast is not the same thing as talking about SMEs in the Northeast, because these are entirely different realities. And the same holds true for these major productive structures. So these companies face difficulties in entirely different manners when we talk about different regions. We have so many Brazils inside one Brazil. So this is our positioning in terms of our ministry. And so this is not I would like to highlight the participation of Professors Paulo Feldman in the transition team, and he was one of the advocates of the Ministry of Industry and Commerce to go back to focusing on SMEs to a much greater extent than in the past. And I would like to mention the importance of Professor Feldman, especially in the building of a special secretary for SMEs.
In the terms of the simple tax regime, there's an important element on which we have worked in the ministry, is how to insert more SMEs. If I'm not mistaken, at a certain point, up until 2018 or 19, when I did research about this, in terms of absolute figures, almost 75% of companies that exported was SMEs. But in terms of value, this 75% did not get to even 5%. So the same way big companies and big market structures rely heavily on the internal market. And here I have to say that we do not have a sustainable development and growth. Perhaps international market is an alternative that will strengthen those companies. We have to think of how to foster this company, how this tax reform can contribute so that these small and mid-sized companies are more competitive, internationally speaking, by adding value to them. I'm going to ask now Alexandre. It is a question, but feel free to answer the other questions pending. What is the strategy of the bank to expand the use of the FGI? The Fiesp loves Pronampe and other. During the pandemic, we served over 5,000 entrepreneurs here at the Fiesp. The entrepreneurs would call here because they could not speak to the bank. And Fiesp, through the credit line department, we connected those 5,000 entrepreneurs with 25 financial institutions. And Pronampe was crucial for the success. When we took over last January, FGI was going to be finished by the end of December. And as a consequence, operations would go down. And this would be a big loss for BNDES. We worked heavily together with Congress entities, and Fiesp also helped us a lot. FGI was permanently approved. This was a major achievement, especially for SMEs. Right after that, we were able to see that we should have more funding. We're undergoing all this discussion about the tax reform, but because we were fundless, we saw that there were banks that needed more and others less. And there was this possibility of BNDES as a manager to redirect or redimension the loans. In April, we redimensioned those limits, and 21 billion credit line was opened. Money so that banks could give as a loan to their clients. If there was a possibility to government to invest more funds, what would be the answer? So there's 21 billion in less than 1 month. Over 10 billion reais have been loaned. This shows that this is a powerful mechanism to help SMEs in a broadly way. We expect that at some point expand those funds and continue serving SMEs. If the government invests 1 billion reais in FGIs, you generate 12 billion reais as credit. That's the proportion of advantage we have in the scarcity of resources. When there is a big risk aversion on the side of banks, this is one of the most powerful tools we have to help SMEs. Thank you, Alexandre. Now, Clemente, what is your proposal to reinforcement, access to resources at competitive costs to finance SMEs? Of course, this impacts all the partners and audience you have here. The guaranteeing and access mechanisms should be structured by the state and public policies as part of a project to develop, innovate, and expand the productive capacity and export capacity. As several instruments and tools and mechanisms have been presented that should be updated and expanded, be it a strategy for productivity. This is a platform to leverage our development trajectories. I believe it is crucial that we have the capacity to leverage an increase of productivity through innovation. The productivity gap between big and small companies is 1 to 10. This does not envision any sustainability of growth in the mid and long term. We know that social contracts require a robust industry able to generate jobs and income, and to have this productive aims lies on being able to offer credit lines to those institutions. We have to see that these entities be fast and have the proper mechanisms and be able to facilitate the access to this credit, all within a security system to support this credit. José Roberto, we know that you have researched several countries around the world. Our role is to strengthen SMEs, and the main challenges and mechanisms, besides digitalization and tax burden, what else can we use in Brazil, things that were successful in other countries? Well, I would insist again on looking ahead. And of course, it depends on the historical, social, and economic situation of each country. I believe that Brazil, with its characteristics of big dimensions, should look at India, what they did in terms of credit, and not only credit. India and also China, and I insist to use new technologies and new digital tools as innovation instruments. Innovation begins not only on the labs, people researching vaccines and others. It begins when you do the accounting, when you organize the management of the company. So support in this direction combined with technical assistance, financial assistance, using the new available tools are fundamental so that you can get the most out of it, because of the bad aspects, the massive destructions of qualified labor. It's not the unqualified. The ones that are going to lose jobs are qualified workers. That is why we need to think about new ways of thinking. And in this respect, I would like to invert the question. Brazil has an advantage that the rest of the world does not have. You're talking about social security. The only country that has social security in its constitution is Brazil, and diversified different sources. Labor, profit, and different credit sources. It was a problem in a logic regime, but now it is a solution in the digital world. I can have profit. Well, I have to hire labor with formal jobs and also outsource jobs. Why don't I award those who hire formal labor, deducting from the profits they have? We need to award and thank those who hire former labor. And the other problem, which was essential, or is essential, and it's not discussed much in Brazil, is high-paying salaries. They're based over protection. It is a state of welfare. It's crossed subsidies. Those who hire, paying high salaries, have to pay more to Social Security to help paying those who hire paying less. This is over in the Brazilian society. If you take the data of Social Security and see those who contribute to Social Security with over 43,000 reais a month, there's not even 53 people in this country. Is there only 53,000 people who do not earn over 40,000 reais? Well, there's only public service that earn less than that. Philanthropy workers and public servants. Cross subsidies is over. Last year, the tax collection of public sector, it was bigger. There's 8 million public servants. It was higher than all workers, former workers in Brazil to Social Security, because you contribute only up until 7 salaries. Over that, you don't need to contribute. I believe that we have to use the technology we have, simplification, rationalization, to have a data-based economy and seek solutions in our own country, and to be really concerned about this issue that involves Social Security, income. And this is all mixed up, and this what the small producer has as income is considered profit. And also the concepts themselves with this new economy are mixed up. We have to study all this over again. We have to look at the data to draft diagnosis, more analysis, and more consistent public policies that meet the future's challenges. Wallace, you have an important role in the Ministry of Industry. What government initiatives you see to improve the strengthening of this segment? Well, the Ministry of Industry plays an important role, but all the process and actions from the ministry is interministerial. We do not act alone. When we talk about policies like for health care, we talk to the Ministry of Health, and likewise with the Ministry of Labor, also with Sebrae and Senai, now leaving the sphere of government and having a dialogue with representative entities. When we talk about the industrial base, we talk to the Ministry of Defense. All policies of the Ministry of Industry is done interministerial. We do not act by ourselves. We act as a government, especially on those that we were working with at Industrial Development Center. Under this perspective, we want to discuss those proposals to better understand how we can contribute to SMEs. One of the questions we're working on, and here talking about digitalization, we have just launched the first digital platform in Brazil of data for e-commerce. In this first stage, this digital platform presents data regarding what has been traded in this country, between countries or inside, between states or inside the states. What are this data? We want to work between ministries and have dialogues with the Treasury and other ministries to improve or enhance what we have to offer. We have discussed this broadly in Brazil with some e-commerce platforms, how they act. When we have this information, we have to think about government digitalization and to think about the best public policies in order to coordinate the actions, especially towards SMEs, because big companies do not face the same difficulties, but SMEs do so. We have used some instruments that we have, and here we're thinking about digitalization. We have used the example of Fiesp in São Paulo for ways to act at the Ministry of Industry. Well, Alexandre?
Every time that this is a compliment. Every time we had meetings with the people from BNDES, ever since the time of Professor Luciano Coutinho and the previous government, now with Mercadante, the quality of the people who work there is absolutely unsurpassed. So your competency, your professional background, and the products that you offer, they're different products. They're specific products. But a question arises in the day-to-day. We feel that this is still a distant reality from us. Talking to several colleagues, we see BNDES as a huge opportunity with incredibly attractive interest rates, but still there's a difficulty for us to get this credit. So thanks to these technological advances, the example of the fintechs, couldn't the BNDES lend funds directly to SMEs? So how can Fiesp and CIESP help in this case? I know this is not an easy challenge. Yes, this is the first thing that I thought about. Why don't we do the on-lending directly? Why do I have to pay the spread of the financial agent who will intermediate this credit facility? BNDES today is all the banks on-lend the funds that come from the BNDES, and therefore BNDES has over 20,000 bank branches, so to speak. But first of all, the big issue is the credit risk analysis when we talk about direct lending. Corporations have audited financial statements, but when we talk about SMEs, the situation is different. Concurrently, we started a project in this respect called MPA Digital, which is digital SMEs. the companies have direct access to the BNDES portal and mention their need, and those needs are analyzed by algorithms that are always being improved and developed, and as a result, this credit can be redirected not to single agents. All of this is done under a bidding regime, and in this case, the spread is considerably reduced. But we have fintechs that help provide aid in for tax issues and management issues. So this is helpful for the company not only to get credit, but also to help the company improve its management practices. As we get more data and as we are able to reduce the size of the ticket that we work with, this also depends obviously on the improvement of the business environment in general. You know how difficult it is to collect a debt here in Brazil. It's a problem for all companies, whether they're big, small, or medium-sized. 81%. In the United States, it's the contrary. It's much easier to collect a debt in the U.S. than in Brazil. And this, as a result, the bank spreads are much higher because it's so difficult to collect debts. So we have to take action in this respect to correct the situation. We have to, first of all, we have to deal with the interest rates that is available to the SMEs. But is our intention to smooth things out in this respect? It's a difficult task, but the way to do so includes digitalization. Do you think that we could come closer to you, help you in this endeavor? Yes. Fiesp is always a great partnership. We have some agreements that we will also sign other agreements using your network across the country to help companies in their management practices. So we're looking to reduce the risk as well, but that's the way to go. In the meantime, there are things that we can do to help SMEs, which is to make available credit lines through the financial agents. This is something that works very well. And the GI is a fantastic mechanism in terms of risk reductions. Clemente, the SMEs are along the entire productive chain. They have to invest in machines and equipment to increase their productivity. The technological competency, in addition, also has to be taken into account, as we have to also take into account management skills. So how does this impact what you represent? The proper answer to this question is the possibility of preserving jobs, of generating jobs, and therefore, in the case of industry, it lies in the effort to develop the productive environment for SMEs. Every time that we are weakening our productive capacity, every time we generate the possibility of unequal and disloyal competition, when we change the conditions for SMEs to develop their output capacity and competition, equal competition practices, when we do so, we are weakening their capacity to generate income, jobs. We also weaken their credit lending capacity. So when think of the transformation that we want to implement in the country to face the problems that we have from the social point of view, all of this demands a structuring of the capacity industrialization of our economy, the capacity to aggregate value, and the capacity to produce in this territory, which is the result of the labor force that exists in this country. We also have to work on the development of the productivity and the skills, and this is a key element for all of this. Therefore, our possibility to transform everything lies in the capacity of our labor force and to make this force more productive in relation to technology, and this requires strategies that would allow us to be competitive from the point of view of meeting the demands of the domestic market and also to meet the needs of exports. It is absolutely crucial to do this with the SMEs, given to the difficulties that were addressed here, and therefore it is absolutely crucial to have political, economical arrangements that are able to make this journey feasible. Wallace Clemente, Alexandre, and Zé Roberto, we have come to the end of our panel discussion. Thank you very much in the name of President Josué for being here, and I am certain that this panel discussion was very productive for both our audience here and for our virtual audience as well. And once again, we hope that what we heard today will still remain in effect in the years to come. Thank you again for joining us. Thank you very much for our panel discussion members. And please, we kindly ask you to go back to your seats. We ask all of you to wait in your seats so that we can welcome the President of the Republic.
Preciso fazer teste na lapela aqui.
Pedimos a gentileza que
Please go back to your seats. We kindly ask you to go back to your seats.
pedimos novamente a gentileza.
Again, kindly go back to your seats in this auditorium.
Senhoras e senhores, anunciamos.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to announce the arrival of His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Brazil, Mr. Luiz Inácio Luiz da Silva, accompanied by Mr. Geraldo Alckmin, Minister and Vice President of the Republic, the President of the Senate, Rodrigo Pacheco, the President of Fiesp, Josué Gomes da Silva, Ministry of Finance, Fernando Haddad, Minister of Management and Innovation of Public Services, Esther Dweck, the President of BNDES, Aloysio Mercadante, the President of CNI, Robson Braga de Andrade, the President of CSP, Rafael Servoni. Brazil needs to have a modern industry, a digitalized one, committed to low-carbon industry, and to be able to integrate the international value chain and focused on research and technological development. Industry needs a business environment that is motivating. Industry needs accessible credit at proper interest rates. Industry needs good infrastructure. Industry needs a simple tax system. Industry needs less red tape. A strong industry makes a strong country. I would like to invite the president of Fiesp, João da Silva, to come up to the microphone. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to greet the President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. President, it is a great honor to welcome you here on the Industry Day, together with our Vice President of the Republic and Minister of Development, Industry, Trade and Services, Mr. Gerardo Alckmin. I would also like to greet my dear friend, President of the Federal Senate, Senator Rodrigo Pacheco, and I would also like to congratulate President Rodrigo Pacheco for having promoted last Tuesday a meeting which actually those who had the opportunity of being there, everybody was felt very optimistic in relation to Brazil in view of the existing harmony between the two, the executive branch and the legislative branch, represented at that time by Minister Fernando Haddad and by the Executive Secretary of the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Gabriel Calibi. I'd also like to greet the Ministry of Innovation and Management of Public Services, Mrs. Esther Dweck. I would like to greet the President of the BNDES, who is totally committed to making sure that BNDES goes back to being the Bank for Development Industry. I would also like to greet my dear friend Robson Braga, President of the National Confederation of Industries, Julia Dias-Leite, Director President of CEPI. I'd also like to greet our partner. We have worked, President, on conducting studies and analysis that were strongly based on facts to allow Brazil to have an interest rate that is compatible with productive activities. ISEC has been a great partner in this respect as the president of FEBRABAN, the Brazilian Federation of Banks, and all of this focused on measures that can be taken to reduce not only the basic interest rates, Selic, but also bank spreads. I would also like to greet the congressmen that are present here, the presidents of trade associations, of trade unions, all the people present here. Ladies and gentlemen, my colleague Rafael Cervoni, president of CSP, and also like to greet all of you members of the press. This morning, Mr. President, I focused on the press. I asked the press professionals who are here today, I asked them to embrace to advocate for industry and to share this news of society of the importance of industry. All the biggest countries in the Western world that grew and that became prosperous countries that distributed income and above all created everything that strengthens democracy, which is a rising and strong middle class. All these countries grew thanks to industrialization processes. Brazil as well, between the 40s and the 80s of the 20th century, we had the biggest global growth. This was motivated by industry, Brazilian industry in those times, through policies that were appropriate for that specific moment. And nobody can criticize such policies, which resulted in the growth of Brazil. Brazil at that time grew at an annual rate of 7.2%, in which allowed Brazil to become ranked amongst the biggest 10 economies of the world. And industry is what led this growth, when the industry accounted for nearly 30% of the GDP at that time. Unfortunately, in the last years, with some years that were exceptional, and industry shrank. Industry went down, and today industry accounts for 11 to 12% of the GDP. It is no wonder that Brazil in the last few years grew at a rate of 0.4%. If we had grown in the last 30 years, comparatively speaking, to the global average, and I'm including the developed countries together with developing countries, today, President, our GDP would be equivalent, per capita would be equivalent to the GDP of Portugal, which would be $20,000 to $23,000 per capita, and not this meager $9,000 per capita income, which straitjacketed us as a country of low or average income, in view of the fact that the global GDP has grown much beyond that. All of this happened, unfortunately, because industry lost its dynamic aspects, and it is necessary for industry to recover, to recoup this dynamic outlook. And it is with great satisfaction that today we read the article that you signed, and that you signed together with Vice President Alckmin, an article which each one of us would sign as well if we were invited to do so. But we have to put what is in paper into practice, and this is what we are dealing with today on this day that celebrates industry. And the government is providing eloquent demonstration that it wants to put all of this into practice, given the fact that you are here today, represented by you, Mr. President, by Mr. Vice President, by Aloysio Mercadante, by Mr. Fernando Haddad, by Ms. Dweck, and together with the Congress. We know that you will take on the responsibility of advocating for and voting for the most important measures, beginning with that fiscal framework that was voted on the same day as the lunch that took place at the home of the President of the Senate. The tax reform will correct one of the biggest distortions that exist today in our tax regime, because our tax regime penalizes not only industry, it also penalizes our growth. This tax regime has to be urgently modified, and the best thing to do is to implement the VAT tax. A tax has been implemented in over 100 countries around the world. This VAT tax will relieve the burden on investments. This VAT will relieve the tax burden on exports. The average industrialized product in the average chain, we have approximately 9% of residual taxes due to the cumulative system that has been so long-standing, and which would be eliminated if the VAT tax goes into effect. Once this fiscal framework is resolved, once the tax reform is resolved, once the price of the economy is resolved, which is at a wrong level, which has been the wrong levels for many, many years, again, with very rare exceptions in the last 30 years. The real interest rate in Brazil has always been at a very much higher level than that of the interest rates that prevail in the countries that we compete with. And I can say that once all of this is done, then industry will recoup. The political industries policies, the industrial policies are very important, but they alone are unable to to overcome this misalignment of the macroeconomy, which is based on these three pillars: foreign exchange, the cost of money, and taxes. Foreign exchange is adjusted, no doubt about this, but tax reform, which would correct this enormous fiscal problem, tax problem of Brazil, that penalizes production, and also the interest rates. And I'm sure that given all of that is happening, interest rates will only drop and will drop quickly, so that the authorities that decide on the interest rates will feel, so that they no longer feel ashamed. Once again, I would like to applaud our Congress that approved the interest rate, the interest rate charged on innovation, and President Aloysio Mercadante said that of the 20 billion that BNDES will have in the next 4 years, another 20 billion for FINEP, which will be the sum of all this funding. We'll be able to reindustrialize Brazil. This will be absolutely crucial to strengthen again the middle class, and also to make sure that our democracy will be strong and flourishing. Therefore, Mr. President, we have to follow what countries in the Western world are doing. These countries have also realized the application of neoliberal policies for too long have destroyed the middle class in Europe and in North America. And there's no wonder that totalitarian experiences have come up in these countries. We cannot take the same train. We have to recover industry. We have to recover national growth to resolve social issues. We have to recover our development. We have to recreate our middle class that always flourished and had always been strong when Brazil went through this growth over those 4 years that I mentioned. And this will allow us to place Brazil at a level and enable Brazil to be amongst the 5 strongest and biggest economies in the world. Thank you very much for being here, Mr. President. Thank you very much for what you wrote in this article. Thank you very much for the actions. We're going to put everything into practice, and we're sure that Brazil will have all the answers. Thank you.
Now we're going to listen to the Minister of Finance, Mr. Fernando Haddad. Well, I'd like to greet President Lula and Vice President Alckmin, President of Fiesp, José Silva, and other leaders present here today, and the President of the Senate, Rodrigo Pacheco, and all the members of the Senate present here today. There is little more to add to Josué's words. He presented a government plan, which is our plan. We know the role of the industry for the national development. All the efforts we have been done so far means to guarantee macroeconomic rates, interest rates, and future drop in future interest rates. The 200 base bonds below the last 2 months, competitive at good levels. Growth rates have been experienced, especially for the financial sector. This shows us that we are on the right path, replacing an anachronic fiscal rule by one that meets the interests of a developing country, and a tax reform which is even more modern, that introduces in our system a VAT that virtually resolves the vicious of the current tax system that, in my opinion, is the major villain for the low growth in our productivity. There's no way of growing productivity with our tax system of today. We are mature, and I agree with Mr. Pacheco's words. Congress is mature enough today because it has worked on these topics in both houses, and the society is anxious to see something that gives legal security for investors. But I would add that as important as that, legal security for the state. The thing is so bad that even the state doesn't know how much is going to be collected in terms of tax, because many times we are in a permanent state of insecurity when we want to have stable rules in which the state knows how much it can invest and how much it can spend. And the business community may be able to plan at long term. Investments today require a planning period and previsibility that the current tax system is not able to offer. I'd like to finish by focusing on education, which was part of Ministro Mercadante's role. The legal framework that was approved yesterday under the leadership of someone who must be mentioned, which is President Arturo Lira. He guarantees the reposition of 100% of the funds that were diverted from education to other means. I would say that if we have resources to do those investments, above all the PPPs, all of them will be guaranteed by the National Treasury. If we have resources to educate our people, you know that under your government, it was the biggest investment in public education in the history of Brazil. I'm not talking only about higher education, which was a record. I'm talking about primary education. The Northeastern is a proof of that with the Fundesp. If we give the sense of anticipation for investors, if we tidy up the room, so to speak, at the time of the ecological transition that we are working on at the federal government, introducing reindustrialization based on the future perspective that look at the fiscal, environmental. I am sure, President Josué, that Brazil is going to grow again, as it has, above the world average, as it happened during those 8 years, the presidency of the Lula mandate. For 4 years, we grew by 4.1% against 2.5% growth of the world average. I am totally convinced that if we go on, persevere, and not let smaller doubts harm our confidence, if you work together, all entities together, Treasury with Central Bank and other entities, I'm sure we're heading for a virtuous growth in Brazil from here until the future. Thank you. Now we invite the President of the Senate, Rodrigo Pacheco. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to greet especially the Fiesp family on the Industry Day, the 21st of May. I would like to greet Mr. President of the Republic, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, the Minister of Industry, Commerce and Development, Mr. Alckmin, President of BNDES, Aloysio Mercadante, and a special greeting to all of you that make up this audience today, and all of you from the industry. My friend Robson Andrade, President of CNI, on behalf of the National Congress and the Senate, to recognize publicly about the importance of this economic segment for the development of Brazil in terms of generating income, generating jobs and dignity of everyone that are part of the Brazilian Republic. Some days ago, I was here in Fiesp, and we were able to discuss national topics, those from the past, present, and also discuss perspectives on the future. We had a long discussion with the board, with other segments of the industry. The view we have about Brazil, solutions that would serve our nation. Today, we have a unique opportunity and a challenging time that we faced in terms of democratic questionings and radicalization and polarization. Now we have a time to reconciliate, to create an environment that interests us, which is our economic development, which presupposes social and human development. I have always preached in terms of actions and gestures. In the past days, a peaceful alignment for the whole nation is fundamental so that we can achieve our good deeds. The alignment of the parliament with the executive power represented by President Lula, the alignment with the legislative branch together with the judiciary and executive branches. Of course, with different and separate powers, but all in harmony and inside the Congress, in harmony with the Chamber of Deputies, despite some divergence and differences in thinking. Today, we have a good environment of harmony and union to do what Brazil needs. But there is something really fundamental in this harmony. It's not enough a harmony in Brasilia, the harmony of three powers and their institutions. It is crucial, and it was not for another reason that I promoted a meeting at the House of Senate. It is very important to hear those who produce in Brazil. I was there as president of the Senate, the president of the Chamber of Deputies, Haddad, the Minister of Finance, Mr. Galipo, who will be director of Banco Central, Roberto Campos Neto, the current president of Banco Central Bank, and other representatives from agriculture, communications, construction, to talk about Brazil. And we came to an agreement that we have to join hands in order to become a great nation. And this understanding I would like to reproduce here and reaffirm our commitment. We have been doing some very important reforms in Brazil, and that we want to do even more to keep those that are important for our country and may be able to advance with measures that serve our country. One of them being the new tax regime, which we call the tax structure or the tax framework. Today, it was approved by an ample majority, and it's going to go to the Senate, so that very briefly, perhaps in July, we'll be able to submit to the President of the Republic for his sanction. We want to express a wish of the Brazilian society, which means investment in social and public policies so that we can go and supply the deficiencies of our poor population. In parallel, the most desirable reform by the society is the fiscal or tax reform. If we ask here if our tax reform is good, whatever the segment, I'm sure everyone will answer that our tax system is not good and needs to be changed. If this is reality nationwide, we are imposed by civic obligation to approve tax reform, to give a new time and environment for our country. This is our commitment, a commitment that we had previously in the past, like the pension reform in 2019, different changes and reforms that we did. We have this commitment with the fiscal regime, the tax reform in the chamber, and hopefully in the Senate, so that we can give it to the Brazilian society, and together with the executive branch, in alignment with other projects. That does not mean a further tax burden and more taxes, but we want to generate new wealth for the nation. No? What I want to leave you today is with the thought that today we know that our democracy faced challenging moments, but it came out stronger. Today we have an environment with a lot of balance and respect between powers and between members of these powers. We are about to pass reforms that are so important to our country. What we cannot miss, and in this case I call on every single one here, is the optimism and the hope of Brazil. Believe in Brazil, invest in Brazil, give the time to our national policy to build an environment which is favorable to correct the chronic distortions we have in Brazil in terms of fighting hunger and inequality. But there's a way to get there, to eradicate hunger, which I know it is the most genuine wish for our president, and our wish, which is to help the poor ones. But there is a long way to go, which requires previsibility, legal security, responsibility, and also to have peace and harmony, and to listen to those who are there on the day-to-day. That is the day we are today. Today we have the President, Vice President of the Republic listen to a category and a segment which are fundamental for our development. This is industry that were hurt for so many years and need projects to come back. Congratulations to Brazilian industry, and congratulations, Fiesp.
Now I'd like to grant the floor to the Vice President of the Republic and Minister of Development, Trade and Commerce and Services, Mr. Geraldo Alckmin. The President is taller than I am. I'd like to greet President Lula, President of the Senate, Mr. Rodrigo Pacheco, Minister of Finances, Fernando Haddad, Minister Esther Dweck, Minister of Management. I would like to greet the President of Fiesp, Mr. Da Silva, as well as Mr. Mercadante, Mr. Robson Andrade, President of CNI, and I would like to greet all the members of Congress, Senator Eduardo Suplicy, the mayor of the city of São Bernardo do Campo. I would also like to greet former Minister Furlan. Today is May 25th, the Day of Industry, but more than the Day of Industry, I would like to remind you of a great Brazilian, who spent his life working on Brazil's development. Your father, José de Alencar. I'd also like to highlight the fact that President Lula started the day today listening and talking to people during a work meeting in the morning. He had a meeting with National Confederation of Industries and with representatives of productive sectors. Also worked, had a meeting with various labor unions. So this is what Brazil needs: conversation, a dialogue, understanding. And his day is ending at this event of Fiesp, a day which was full of presentations and conversations and dialogues in the search for the best solutions. This new fiscal framework is the result of this collective construction, which I believe will take place as well in relation to the tax reform. Last year, I went with Mr. Haddad to a small company in the city of Sumaré, 50-employee company, and we asked them, what do you need to progress? And the answer was, improve the tax system. Then we went to another company in the city of Bebedouro. We made the same question, and the answer was, improve the tax collection system. Then when we went to other surrounding towns, went to a company with 1,000 employees, and the same question was asked and the same answer: fix the tax system. The reform of the tax structure in Brazil will be an important step to push Brazil forward. Josué reminded us very well. There are three pillars: foreign exchange, interest rates, and competitiveness. In 2020, inflation was higher than it is today. 4.07%, and the inflation is going down. In 2020, inflation was higher than it is now, and the basic interest rate corresponded to 2%. How can you explain lower inflation and a basic interest rate which stands currently at 13%? Of course, this has a negative impact on economic activities, but the fiscal regime will be very helpful. The future interest rates is already dropping. I would like to highlight BNDES today. BNDES has just announced major significant funds. BNDES has acted intelligently. It is providing less expensive funds without relying on the national treasury. The BNDES has done this for the agricultural, for the farming sector, and now the same thing is being done for industry. 4 billion reais will be allocated to exports in dollars, so at a much lower cost, and it'll also be allocated to investments. And 20 billion reais will be allocated to innovation and digitalization. So this will enable us to take this great leap forward in terms of modernization and digitalization. Another 6 billion have already been announced for the inter-harvest, and some more funds will be made available to SMEs. I would like to thank Mr. Pacheco, President of the Senate, because in addition to the guarantees, he has always appointed the reporter in this respect, Senator Everton, and the tax reform bill will be voted very shortly. This will bring down the cost of credit, and I would like to add as well that we have to work on for the CCR to come back. Ever since the 80s, we all said reciprocal credit agreements. If I sell 10 billion to Colombia and Colombia sells 8 billion to me, though we have 18 billion that has to be financed. With this reciprocal credit, I only have to finance 2 billion. The other 18 will be financed amongst us in Latin America. We also have the BRICS participating in this funding pool, and this will be very helpful to foreign trade, especially here in our region. But I would now like to express how happy I am to be here together with you, and also tell you that I have no doubt that we will enjoy good moments, and industry is a crucial partner in this endeavor. The industry will allow us to aggregate value and will enable us to move forward even more. Since I coughed, that is a sign that I have to stop talking. Antonio Carlos used to say that. Antonio Carlos, not Mr. Magalhães, but Antonio Carlos Andrade, who was president of the Chamber of Deputies. Mr. Andrade was very strict in terms of keeping time within time limits. And when the time limit was surpassed, he would cut the mic. He would cut the mic. And when the speaker was doing very well, Andrade would say, let's also turn off the speaker's mic. So a warm hug to all of you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now the floor goes to the President of the Federal Republic of Brazil, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. Don't be scared, I'm not going to read all this. Because if I read all the speech, I'm going to really be different from all our previous speakers. I'd just like to remind you of two things. Many times we wake up in the morning and we think the world is coming to an end. When you read the news and all of a sudden you know what really happened, the serious things that are announced that leave part of society in panic did not play out. I was participating on the G7 meeting. We had more bilateral meetings one day than the previous president did in 4 years. We talked to 10 countries on Saturday and 10 countries on the following day. The perspectives as to Brazil is much bigger than the one that we saw in my first term. People are expecting a lot from Brazil. They want to have meetings with our business community. I guess next year is your time to go on a road trip selling the projects that we have in order to forge partnerships. I came back on Monday and I didn't work. The first day work was today. Usually my assistants give me bad news. When I saw the news, when I read them, I thought the world had ended. No more ministries, and there was different things happening. And when I read through, I saw that it was not like this. The Commission on the National Congress decided to change things, which is almost impossible to change the structure of a government. Now, the game began. We're going to talk to Congress and see what we need to do. We cannot really be scared with the politics. Every time the society is scared with politics and they start blaming the politicians, the results are much worse. We had lessons before, and it's important to remind them. Regardless how bad politics is, it's in politics that's where we solve small and big problems. The second point I'd like to address is that you probably read on the newspapers the news that Brazil wants to help Argentina. Yes, in fact, we do want to help Argentina more than willing to help Argentina. We want to help Brazilian exporters who export to Argentina. This is the real fact. China invested $30 billion in Argentina so that Argentina can buy their products. and there's no point in complaining. Well, they should be buying our product and not the Chinese products. But we need to know what we're going to do to guarantee our exporters. And this is a talk that Haddad has to take ahead. We're talking with the BRICS so that they can help us to help them, because it is important that our market export more to Argentina. And the third aspect I'd like to talk to you today is that I would not go back to being president of Brazil to be lesser than I was in the previous terms. Don't be fooled. I came back to the presidency because I believe it is possible to recover this country. This country has to go back to growth. The city, people has to have 3 meals a day. We have to have more universities, more technical schools to improve our fundamental rights. And everything is not spending. It's a necessary investment so that we be competitive, internationally speaking. It is important to have it clear because everybody here knows, and sometimes we pretend that we don't know. When I left presidency in 2010, we know that the automobile industry forecasted the production of 6 million cars by 2015. We are in 2023, and the automobile industry is not producing even 2 million cars a year. And we know that 60% of the cars sold last year were sold lump sum because there's no credit lines to finance them. And the low middle class is not buying cars because the so-called popular cars are not popular cars anymore. They're middle-class cars. So this is the country we have to fix. I was reading data here. In 2021, the construction industry generated $377 billion in works and services in construction. And this figure is 33% lower than what it was readjusted in 2014. 33% lower than what we had in 2014.
So if we look at job and generation, it's the same situation. If we look at the salary mass, it's the same situation. And so what do we have to understand? That we need to have an industrial policy. As Celso Marinho said, it has to be an active industrial policy. It has to be competitive and modern one that takes into account technological advances, that takes into account the need for this energy transition that's so much in the spotlight, that we take into account everything that is new. But if Mario Henrique Simões used to say that to have a strong country, we have to have a strong industry. And to do so, we have to have strong workers getting fair salaries so that they can consume the products that these workers produce. The third issue that I would like to address is that many people talk about the industrial development and put all this in as a minor issue, which is related to commodities exports. We want the Brazilian industry to grow, but we also want to our commodities exports to grow as well, because it's important to know that Brazil also needs to be an exporting country to a greater extent, to export more and more grain, to export more and more beef, to export more and more everything that we produce. And the idea is not to impair industry, because a competitive industry will have to buy more machines, will have to buy more science and technology. People look at agribusiness without taking account how much technology is entailed in producing soybeans or poultry and in cattle raising. So we have to have this very clear in our minds. Brazil has everything, and we only have another 1,200 days in my term. So, Mr. Pacheco, please speed up the voting of these bills because the train is moving on. And José, first of all, I think Fiesp, I met many former presidents of Fiesp ever since the first one in 1975, and I can say something. Fiesp needed a businessman just like you, Josué, someone who is modern, who is courageous, who is familiar with all aspects of business, and above all, such a person has to have a strong character. And I think the business community will stand to gain a lot with the current president of Fiesp. I don't want to talk about the interest rate policy. When I was president of the Republic, I would appoint the president of the central bank. And Fiesp would constantly criticize the interest rate policy. And now that the central bank has become independent, I have already criticized this, but the country has been, the financial industry has taken over the Brazilian economy in lieu of industry. And today it is absolutely unacceptable to have such a high interest rate. It is something that this country does not deserve. Remember during the crisis in 2008, the role of that BNDES took on to recover this country's economy while the developed world, this crisis generated 100 million jobless employees. Brazil did the opposite, and this was thanks to all the money that the BNDES allocated to industry because we knew that we had to keep this country going. And banks such as Banco do Brasil and Caixa Econômica have to put money in the market for the money to move the economy. How can we expect big corporations and SMEs to continue their business activities if they do not get credit? So, Josué, please pay attention to the fact that we are close to trying to have a conversation with the European Union so that the agreement between the Mercosur and the European Union actually materializes. And the most important thing the European Union wants from us, they want us to sit down and give in to the current situation, because we have an instrument for industrial policy that we will put into place. We might take longer to come into an agreement with the European Union. France, for example, defends and protects its agricultural produce and its wines. And so Brazil has to do the same. So, my dear colleagues, I would also like you to pay attention to the following. We do not have the right to make any more mistakes. I will say the same thing that I used to say in 2003. We cannot make mistakes. We do not have the right to do so. Anybody can make mistakes, but we will not mistakes. We will do everything that needs to be done to make this country move on. Because in our opinion, the poor people that are sometimes treated badly, the poor people of our country our country's biggest asset, because when they have proper food to eat and proper clothes to wear, proper education, they will become part of the middle class. So I ask you to help us, because if you grow, our country will grow, the workers will grow. So thank you very much.
Agradecemos a presença.
We thank all the authorities present here today at the closing of this event, and we kindly request all of you to remain at your seats until the leaving of the President of the Republic.
Aguardando. A Fiesp, o Ciesp, o BNDES e o SEBRE agradecem a presença de todos nesse evento em comemoração ao Dia da Indústria. Tenham todos e todas uma excelente noite.